Hello and good morning from sunny Florida. This is Frank Milety, also known as the cue ball from the pool hall. And I got my man here, Scott, the Freezer Frost.
What's up, Franco?
We're going to get started with a mega matchup here this morning. It's going to be the Iceberg, Justin Bergman, versus the Matador, David Alcady. Here live at Classic Billiards in Lauderhill, Florida. Players are just warming up, getting ready to get started. Scott, tell us about this matchup. You probably know Bergman better than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, Justin's back playing quite a bit now. We haven't seen a lot of him on the 9-ball stage really since the PLP here a few months back, but I think it's a close match, to be honest with you. The table sets up maybe a little bit better for Bergman. The reason I say that is I think Alcady's biggest weakness would be the long ball. And on a table like this, you've better hit the middle of the jaw. So, if anything in the future of this match, that's potentially what could get Alcady. But you see the numbers, and numbers typically don't lie. Alcady an 820, Bergman 792. I think it's close.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we give the obviously we give the experience to Alcady, especially on the circuit here. But Justin, he's been at the top of the field too. Mosconi's he's also been in the winner's circle, so he knows how to get there.
Yeah, when we're talking about experience, I think they're both pretty close. Justin, I don't think there's anybody with more money experience, more just grind, all-out grind experience. It's definitely, and I also think that he's a real slow starter, so maybe not a big crowd here. Might be better for him. We're early in the afternoon here, 12 noon. They're getting ready to kick it off.
All right, here we go with the first leg of day 2. All right, and then the winner of this, Scott, gets into winner's qualification, which will play at 8 o'clock tonight. So the guys will get a little bit of a time off to relax, adjust themselves for a big matchup tonight. All right, rack 1, Alcady to break.
Yeah, 1 is down. 8-ball come up, surfaced up top. I don't know if it's going to impede the cue ball or not. We're going to get another look. It's going to be close. Yeah, it definitely covered him up, so it's going to be a rollout out of the gate. Now, when we talk about the rollout, Alcady definitely at the top of the field. I think Bergman is as well. He's got a great mind. But the more I think about this match, Bergman not an early player. He sleeps late, goes to bed late, gets up late. So I'm sure he had to force himself to get up for this match. That's just how it is when you're a pool player in America. And he's known to start slow, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. A couple options here. Could skim the left side of the 2, chipping it to the right long rail. Maybe like you're checking it below the 6 and then going back up. You'd have to avoid the purple. You've got several options, actually. You could do the same thing to the left side. He's looking at the original shot I just touched on. You got to avoid the purple 5 here as well. You've got to avoid the lower left corner. A thick hit will get you broke. Yeah, and a thin hit could get you broke, but it didn't.
Katie with a lot of options here.
And he's usually going to choose the right one. Did leave some of the two. I don't know, Frank, if he left all the two. I believe the Bergman's got our right edge, which we've talked about this shot. This is a shot that comes up all the time. You better know it. Easiest to play this without any English. You can be most accurate that way. He's cut it way too thick. So the first two hits for Bergman early in rack number 1 have been off by some margin. Not a good sign if you're in the Bergman camp. David gets up early. He's actually stark contrast to Bergman. Okay, he gets up early. Typically likes to run 5 to 7 miles every single day. So he's already got the blood flowing, feeling good. As I touched on, Frank, I think that his weakness is going to be the long ball, but I don't know. You know, that might not even come up at any point, right? The pocketing is at 47 years young, going to be his biggest laydown.
David just gets it done, Scott. Everything he's in, he wins. Well, not wins, but everything he's in, he plays at a high level. Unbeaten in a Moscone, 7-0. Actually 6-0, one tie.
You mean as a team, right?
As a team, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lost matches and racks, but
Right. I like this coming all the way out. Could come to the third rail here if he chose to. Wrapping around tight out of the lower right, but there's really no reason if you don't feel like it. Yeah, he's just floating to the middle. Needs to run a bit. That'll be just fine. Not thrilled about it. Didn't want to have to check this ball, and he might not. He might wrap around the upper left corner with a low outside ball. Probably safest. It's one thing we've noticed is the speed's a little touchy for these guys on this table. I think they're more focused on making the ball, so at times the speed can get away from him just a bit, but he's back in line. Never was really out of line.
all right. Now Katie takes rack number 1, sinking a 9 in the bottom corner.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
All right, coming out of the break. Now Katie leads 1-0 going into rack number 2.
All right, that's good signs for Alcadine. He's got to look at the blue. What's the 5-8 doing? They're open. You'll see the 1. Got into the cue ball a little bit more than maybe he'd have liked, Frank, but got it done. This is one big shot. Three's hovering over the lower right corner. It's really about the blue two. All ball fouls, that's his concern. You see the 3 balls up there. Just going to smooth this in, come to the right side of the table. So 2 very miscalculated defensive plays from Bergman right out of the gate in game number 1. Since then, well, it hasn't been very long, but it's all Al-Kaidi. Doesn't want to end up straight on the pink 4. The 9, a little bit of an issue. The 6, a little bit of an issue. You'd like to just draw around 2 rails out towards the middle, but I don't know that that's an option. He's going to fit the gap. He didn't want to catch the 6. This is going to pose a real problem. First thing I said, Frank, is he doesn't want to be straight on the 4, and now he is straight on the 4. You know, the biggest problem here is you don't want to really try and amp up and power draw back. Notice he's open bridged, so he understands that. You can miss the ball trying to draw back and out. Now, he could draw back past the 7, just somewhere by the head string, and figure out some type of defensive play. There's several options. Trying to get out from this position is very challenging. I mean, you could almost stop there and try and take the cut on the 5 to the upper right, but you're going into the 8. You've got the 7 there. I think those are all dangerous plays. I might consider a medium drawback past the 7 up on the left side of the table, and then just work what the table gives you on the purple 5. I think that's what he's electing to do. Well, he's tried to pound it. Not only tried, he has pounded it. Oh no, what a dirty, dirty boy he is. How did he get by there? What a great shot there with a low outside ball. That changes everything. Frank,
Yes, sir.
I've never seen Bergman play a match. I really haven't seen him play an early round match in a tournament in years where he has the lead. It's just his MO. Not saying for nothing, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. This could be a primetime match in any tournament around the world, and any day, Scott. These 2 gladiators here. It's just happened to be in this particular event. They fell on the early bird.
Yeah, no question. I like what I see from David so far. He looks up for it. I think there's a little bit more in this for him due to his opponent being, you know, potentially USA representative. Maybe gives Al-Kaidi a little bit more oomph.
Yeah. All right, David looking to pocket the 9 on the bottom left corner. It's going to be a 2-0 lead for David Al-Kaidi.
Ooh.
Got a little bit of a wobble on the way in. Might be that early morning coffee getting on. Usually when you sit down for early morning coffee, Scott, you watch a video, hang out, talk to some friends, or play on your phone. A lot of people go on YouTube. Why not go here?
Oh boy. Vice City Open, that is my course. We've worked on it forever, it seems like. So happy to have it released. So happy to understand the success. There's 3 tiers, Core, Pro, and Elite. They're all identical tiers. It has nothing to do with the level at which you play. Everybody's going to learn at their own pace, by the way. It's a drip program. It's a 30-day course. The Elite is $99. If you want, use code VICE10 for 10% off. This course will stay with you, whether it's in your phone or your laptop, for the rest of your life. We cover everything mentally. We cover everything physically. I really appreciate just taking a look at it. Go to the link in the bio. Now, Katie to break in game number 3. Here's another look. No question on the 1. He's got an opener on the 2. He's got a lot of work to do here, guys. You recognize, right? The 3 low, the 4 high, the 5 low. To begin with, the 2 is a bit of a challenge. Elevated over the 7, Frank.
He's also got just past that sliver of the 6. Not an easy incoming shot. David going back for the extension, Scott. Is that so he can get behind the 7 more and elevate?
Yeah, exactly. He wants a little bit more room back there to where he can just float this cue ball over to the right side. But still, the shot is extremely tough. Wow. That's how you play it. He caught the pro side of the pocket. That's the easiest way for that pocket to take the ball. It's something we actually talk about in the course. You're just never aiming for the center of the pocket on that shot. You're actually aiming for the outside of it, or the inside, as we would call it, the pro side. Up and down here now. Middle table, just up by the headstring, would be wonderful. Like a little more out of this, but he'll be fine. Eight ball actually in a tough position as well. The 7 does lead to it. It's all about getting on the 5. He put some outside on it to help make the ball. Did he get a look? Negative. I don't believe he's got an aggressive look here. He's going to weld him to the back of the brown. I'm surprised he's not. Is it because he can't reach it? Now he's taking a look. I was going to say, the problem here might be that he can't reach it very well, and the cue ball is so close to the purple. A little concerned of the double hit, but is this a big chop here? Sure is.
Wow.
Up and down like James Brown. What a hit. And a little bump on the brown 7 for good measure, Franco.
Guess when you put the ball towards the pocket, good things happen, right, Scott?
Yeah, he hit it amazing, though. I mean, he knew that he was going to paint it, and that's what he did. Just kind of took a little chance with the cue ball, but that's to be expected, as steep as that was. So really, game number 1 is where it's at for me with Bergman. And that is why with these players, you really can't afford to be a slow starter, especially this day and age. You could have got away with it a decade ago, I think, a little bit more, but never with a good European player. This is tricky. He knows it. He'd love to have had about another foot out towards the center with the cue ball. I'm a little bit stunned that he drew that ball.
Yeah, I just would have thought he just would have pinched it in and just played the long shot.
It's so much more difficult to make that shot drawing it, especially coming back length of the table and back out. It's Christmas time, Frank, because Bergman did not look like he was going to get back to the table.
I mean, first shot at the table's a 9-ball. I'm okay with it. All right, Justin, looking at the 9. It's going to take his time here for 1 second. All right, Justin Bergman sinks to 9 on rack number 3. It makes the score 3-1 here in a race to 9. I'm sorry, 2-1, 2-1, rack 3, 2-1.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the Drill Partner is perfect for you.
All right, rack number 4 about to begin. Justin Bergman to break, trailing by 1.
Yeah, believe it or not, I feel like Bergman has one of the better breaks. Now, that being said, I haven't seen him break the balls since he was here at the PLP. Yeah, here's another look. I couldn't tell. No, he didn't get any type of kiss. I'm a fan of the draw like this, but I'm not a fan for it getting all the way up table. But I think a little bit of draw is going to help you out versus crashing into the 9 every time like a lot of these guys. Just happens to be elevated over the 5 here. I believe the 7 might have him cut off. He's looking at the rollout. I would not move the 5. The 5 covers the 3 up to the upper right, so calling the rollout. Couple options up table. Okay, he took a look, Frank, to see if the 3 passes the 5. That depends on where he puts the cue ball here.
I think he's going to go for it.
I don't think he can make it.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to roll out.
Yeah,
Definitely.
maybe he's checking David's positions.
Yeah, exactly what Frank's talking about there. He's calling the rollout, so David will have the option of taking it from where it lies here, or giving it back to Justin. David, very clever tactically, but I don't know about taking this. I don't see anything straightforward that's going to cinch him up defensively. Can you chip the 2 across over like to the left long rail, just below the left side pocket, and send the cue ball 1-2 back up behind the purple and brown. Got to avoid the 8.
Could he send the 2 ball around the table? Kind of make the cue ball follow the path, maybe leave it on the bottom rail.
It's an option. Yeah, he's giving it back. I don't blame him. That's all really due to the position of the red 3. And what Justin just did there, looking like from this left side of the table, tells me that he's going to go at this 2 and then work with the 3. I'll tell you what, it wasn't a bad shot from that distance. It's not easy to bury that ball, especially knowing that you're coming to the table with a defensive shot next. Going to try to use the 7. Yeah, it's going to get away from him. David's going to have a look. Don't know what all he can do. I don't really know. Sometimes this look from the camera can fool us a little bit, but really, I think he can get to all of the 3 here. He's acting like it might be tighter than that, which it probably is. I'm not going to question what he's doing. So, but if he can get to all the ball, he's still in a little bit of a tricky pickle here. You see, there's really no cover on the left side of the table. He's pretty clever. I absolutely love this shot. I don't know if he got there. He did not, but I really like that decision. It was real clever. Tough to execute. That was probably the best way to find cover for him. Bergman with an open table. This is probably the toughest shot of the rack, to be fair, except for the 5 to the 6 could get challenging. Yeah, and you see where he's lining. What I've recognized on this table, when you're using the high ball, you really better mustard it. Seen a lot of them come up short. Now it's drier today. He's arrived. Really good cue ball, and that's his forte. Pretty thin here, so you'd have to beat the left side pocket. Still a lot of work to do. You're going to have to come 3 rails. Then you got to beat the 8 if that's the case. Yeah, this is gone.
That was unexpected.
Yeah, so he was actually trying to come 3 rails, Frank, and off the 3rd rail out to the middle of the table on the lower half of it. And just a tall order. Maybe had to rethink position on the purple 5 if you're Bergman. David not thrilled with it. He wants to be absolutely perfect. He's just fine here.
All right, now Katie's going to pocket the 9 in the bottom left, take a 3-1 lead here. The opening matchup of day 2 of the Vice City Classic. Let's see what we have around the tournament for scores, Scott. Early on, Jorge Georgiev out to a 6-0 lead on Braylon Jensen. Golden Eagle Eklikachi out to a 3-0 lead on Jeffrey DeLuna. The favorite PLP champion, Duan Kwa Kong, out 3-1 over Marco Tuscher. Conrad Dujechin, Christopher Tevez tied up 3-3. Pius Labutis, 4-0 over Carlos Gomez. See anything glaring early, Scott?
Kachi, to be honest with you, Kachi's always been the question as of late, and really due to his motivation. I think he's past the accident. Has some awkward times on the bridge, but when he wants to win, he plays extremely well.
Elliot Sanderson out to a 4-1 lead on Shane Wolford. Elliot trying to make the Mosconi. I think he's top 7 right now, top 8 in the points. All right, coming out of the break, 3-1 on the score. Al Katie over Bergman going into rack number 5.
Yeah, another great break shot. Is he hampered by the green 6? He got into these very well. Flush into the 9. His road partner, FSR, the founder of that break shot. I think it gave him a big head start during that almost 2-year run where FSR just absolutely dominated the field. Going for the upper right portion of the table here in the rollout. I feel like you can just soft roll this 2 and just lay down behind the 5 and the 8. The kick's going to be easy. You could bank the 2 back up table. But you notice the 6, 9, and 3, they're gapped, right? So it's pretty easy to leave some type of look on the 2 if you're trying to send it back up table. So you better throw caution to the wind and be accurate here with whatever you decide. Yeah, that's not going to get him snookered, I don't believe. Well, the overhead tells a different story. Well, if he can see enough of the 2 to elevate like that, then he can tuck down behind the 8. Send the 2 up table. Okay, he had to kick it rail first. Bergman going to have a look. He's a different player, though, when that blood gets flowing, and I believe that's probably going to start to happen. You got to get 3-4 games under your belt, whether you lose them all or not. Bergman's just that type of player. It's always been this way in tournament pool. Even in money pool, he starts out real poorly. He just played Tom Cousins. You saw that. We all saw that. Tom was up 8-0, I believe.
I think at one point it was 11-1. Right?
Correct. Justin actually did come back. I think if that match goes to a race to 75 or 100, there's no question that it's a little closer. But
I agree.
listen, credit to Tom Cousins. It's a great player. Just broke better. But my whole point there is that Justin, his starting points need to be brushed up a little bit. I think a lot of that has to do with, being honest, though, is your work ethic and your discipline. And I'm just calling it what it is. Caught that a little heavy. That's why he's steeper on the 6th than he'd like to have been. He'll be fine. But now he's in between. He's going to have to go to the side, of course. But traditionally, if you're a money player in the United States, like Justin, I know where he comes from. I know that, it's a late night thing. He has a hard time going to bed early. Whereas these Europeans, we all know that they get up early, they have breakfast, a lot of them go to the gym. They're ready for that very first rack. It's a nice strike.
It is.
I think he's going to have to come back 1, 2, 3. He got a lot out of it with that open bridge. Did not want to end up on the rail, but clean.
All right, and Justin Bergman is going to look to make this score 3-2 here in rack number 5. Let's take a look at how the racks played out so far. Now Katie taking racks 1 and 2. Bergman taking rack 3 and trading back and forth since then. All right, we're going to be going into rack number 6 here in a moment. All right, rack 6. Bergman to break.
All right, the 4 is going to fall. 1 just a bit high. We saw that a few times yesterday as well. Well, this is no picnic. Clearly has a look at the 1 to the upper right, but you have to play it. You can bank the 1 back down table and use the 7. he's got options, but I'll tell you what, the one to the upper right or upper left might have a lot of value to it due to where the 2 is, because the 8 is hanging. He's leveled out. Yeah, just a little thick. I can't fault him for going at that. Not easy, never easy. This is a much thinner snip than it looks to the corner, especially with that cue ball frozen on the rail. He's got to feather it in. I think he's up for it. That's how thin he felt like he had to hit it. It just was a little misleading from this line, but obviously caught it a hair too thin. Bergman at the table with an opportunity to tie it up. Looking for potential problems. The 6 to the 7, I guess. That doesn't look like an issue. Yeah, he's going to follow down here just a hair to make sure, in case the 2 falls behind the 8, he's got position on the 3. Yeah, he can wrap around twice out towards the middle here. He's got a lot of room to work with. Well, he snuck that in, caught it pretty thick. I don't know if that ball falls tomorrow night. But it did today. The 9, a big ball here. Wants to either be on the top of it or the bottom side of it. I'd love to be where he is right now, I think. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I want a little more out of it.
And Justin Bergman is going to tie this up, making it 3-3 here after 6 racks. Now, Katie from the start was looking to get out pretty quickly to a big lead. Justin battling back now. We got it tied up. Florida Open. Starts next week. Scott will be there. I might extend my vacation and be there for a little bit.
Yeah, I thought you should go. I've been telling you that for a month now. I think it'd be a good time. It's always a good time at the Caribe Royale. It's a good time here. 3 games apiece. Bergman struggling on the break. That was nowhere near where he needed to be. The one went high, about 3 inches of the side. I believe he caught the kiss off the bottom of the 9. Well, this is pretty juicy. Notice the 1, 2, 3, 4 all up top. 5 leads to the 6. Where is the trouble? Just what the doctor ordered for Al Katie.
David adjusting keeps like micro adjustments. There's just something about this shot he does not like.
Yeah, probably the ball in hand part.
Yeah, he adjusted like 3 times.
Nah, yeah, I get it. Make it 4.
Good little counter.
He just wants to make the route as simple as possible with the very least amount of effort. Yeah, just see the line the cue ball is on now with the 5. Probably about half that distance to the rail, right where he's putting his cue. He'd love to be. Closer the better to the purple 5 here, but you're okay with more distance. Long bridge. Doesn't want to be flat, and that's where he's ended up. You see his reaction. It's not the end of the world due to where the 6 and the 7 are. It's going to make things a bit more difficult, though. I don't think he gets too crazy here. He's just going to have to come with one good shot on the green. Well, he did have a shot similar to this. Obviously, this is a little bit different, but the one earlier, and he almost missed the whole 1 ball. Yeah, and he overcut this as well, Frank.
Overthinking it, maybe?
Potentially, that's always a potential concern, but the shot was always difficult. 47 years young. How good are the eyes? I really started struggling later in my career with particular shots like that. With distance, he still had distance. He was on the rail. Just nothing easy about the shot, to be honest. But it really came in from the pink 4. That's where the problems came in for David. Falling flat on the 5. Looks like a new potential leader in the clubhouse.
All right, Justin Bergman's going to play the 9 in the side pocket and take a 4-3 lead now over David Alcady. All right, 4-3 on the score. Bergman over Alcady. Going into rack 8. Take a look in real quick on some scores. Juan Guac up 4-3 on Marco Tusher. Cledio, Tommy Kennedy tied up 4-4. Zolnacki up 4-2 over Max Eberly. And the Flash, Arseni, is up 6-2 over James Ladira, also known as Hollywood, local favorite here.
Yeah, I looked away for just a second. I don't know how the cue. Well, we're going to get another look. I don't know how the cue will. Yeah, interesting there. Boy, it's tight. I don't believe he can. I don't know. The way he was looking to cue the ball, I guess he can get at this. If he can get at this, obviously this changes everything. 3 in a really pretty good position. He just has to beat the 4 and the 9, or excuse me, the 5 and the 9.
I think he called a rollout, Scott.
Okay. So he's probably covered up by just a fraction. It looked like you could see a piece of it, but the rollout's the move. Problem is, where do you go? I don't think you want to leave Dave a straight in look here, even from up table, unless you're for sure tying the 4 up with the 7, which is what he's looking to do, but that's not a guarantee. The reason that's a gamble is because of where the 3 is at. You better make sure you tie this 4 up. And he didn't do it. And he knows that this is Christmas right here, right? If David can smooth the 2 in, he's going to find the gap between the 5 and 9. The 4 plays. I don't think that's a good play there. I mean, obviously, this is a nervy shot, right? You've got to hit it with the speed to where the cue ball lays in that gap. But the pocket will accept the ball at that pace. There's no way he's giving this back, right? He's not snookered.
I don't see a reason to give it back, Scott. I mean, like you're saying, he's got the gap there if he just slides it in. It's pretty large. You look at the left side camera. He's got a little bit of room.
Yeah, he's got plenty of room.
Yeah, his margin for size is pretty good.
It's a little bit of gamesmanship here is what it really is. Comes down to Bergman leaving him the shot. And you can see that David's taking a lot of time. That tells us that he's not comfortable with it. I said the long ball is his challenge. But that's why it's a mistake for Bergman if you don't tie that 4 up. Great hit by David, and he stayed down very well there. I felt like tying the 4 up alone was a tall order. Yeah, this is what we've seen pretty much throughout the first day of the event now into today. Is if anything, the cue ball's a little bit short of where they want it to be. We are in Florida. The bed of the table does get a little wet. We'll slow it down just a tick. Winner of the Philippines Open last year. I was there covering that event. What a grinder he was throughout that event. Wants this to settle, and it's gotten absolutely perfect. Extremely tight equipment, just like this table, 3.9-inch pockets, but extreme humidity there in the Philippines, and the crowds were just all over you within about 6 feet of the table.
All right, now Katie's going to put the 9 down, even this back up 4-4 here in rack number 8. Trading them back and forth, Scott.
Yeah, I didn't like that rollout that Bergman played.
Let's see here on our timeline.
I'm Josh Filler, you're watching the Billiard Sports Network.
Rack number 9. Now Katie to break.
Yeah, and the one, no question there. What did the 2 do? I believe it arrived on the scene just in time. Here it tells me it didn't. The overhead said it did. I don't know. Wow. You talk about close, and you talk about a big swing. Well, if this ball goes, it changes everything. If it doesn't, well, it changes everything. He's acting as if it doesn't go, or I believe he'd already be in position. Can you chip it down and go up table, or chip it down and come across back behind the 9 and 4? Just kind of chip it down past the left side of the 5 up to maybe the first diamond on this long rail. You're going to use a bit of check on it. I don't know if the check will hurt you. He's going to go up table here. That's really good. That's too good for a town this size, David. Yeah, that's just really Heady play there, good thinking. And believe me, he tried to play the 2 off that side of the 5 to keep it in the middle of the table. Bergman with the short cue. Watch the scratch in the lower right corner here. It's an option. What a great hit. I mean, what a great hit.
Great shot. Scott, do you know if Justin's going to all the events?
He is. He is, well, all of this next string.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And I guess depending on how he does, he'll might have to go overseas at that point.
Yeah, and that's something that I know Coach Owen Ricing wants to see. All right, trying to chip this rail first. He's got a slight gap. He's had several collisions. How's this going to finish? Bergman with a look here. Yeah, that's something that Justin needs to think a little bit more about is the overseas stuff. Now, I know a lot of the American guys are trying to just play these events, but if you're really trying to make the team, I think it's important.
I think it's important just to see the competition too, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's very good for you that way.
All right, Bergman going to take a swing at the 2.
Yeah, kind of in that in-between angle here. He can hold or come across. I believe he'll just hold. A lot tougher to make the ball coming back and forth. He's really good with that low dig, meaning the low outside ball, open bridge. Started out trailing 2 games to 0, 3 games to 1. Tied it up at 4 apiece. Actually went up 4-3. There's another opportunity now to take a 1-game lead. You can afford to be straight here. And he's not thrilled with it. He's below the 8. He's fine, but he'd like to have been about 8 rotations higher above the 8.
And Justin's going to play the 8 ball into the top left. Floating down for the 9. He's going to take a 1-game lead, pocketing this 9 ball. All right, Justin Bergman, 5-4 now on the score.
Every new beginning starts with courage. Round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
All right, everybody, we are back. 5-4 to Bergman. He's been trailing this early part of the match. He did get up 4-3. Oh, wow, he was scratching again, Frank. Got the kiss, the one way high to the side. Look at the one.
Yeah, right above the pocket. Scott, what's the adjustment someone has to make when they go high or low to kind of get it in the middle?
Well, I'm looking at the cue ball and where it's tracking on the break shot, and obviously he's dry there. I'm looking at the cue ball, and it's not telling me a lot like he's hitting it real wrong, but most likely catching it just a touch thick. Maybe a catch it a bit, just a fraction thinner with a little more low ball if you want the cue ball to act right. Obviously, you can adjust the speed as well, but something we noticed yesterday, if these guys are missing the one, they were actually missing it high, which we don't typically see. Really kind of a funny scenario here. Is there value taking this on, the 2 down here to the lower right? I think there is, and I think he's going to consider it.
Is that like a soccer thing just happened here? Hydration break?
Looks like it. Watch out the brown 7. You just want to avoid it. Yeah, notice he overcut it. It's something he always had in the back of his mind. Oh, he's going to be forced to kick at this, huh? Yeah, wants to come twice behind this one. Look at the low ball. He's trying to pinch and stick. Ah, what a great hit. My. One of the best in the biz with that cue ball, Justin Bergman. I firmly believe he's been the second best player in America for the better part of almost 2 decades. Number 1 in that spot would, of course, be Shane Van Boening. Yeah, just kind of slapped at that. Not much he could do. Open season for Bergman. Yeah, notice the attention he's giving the 3 due to where the 4 is. Notice he's hitting a low ball. Is he using an inside or an outside to come past it? I thought that was dangerous. He's just trying to slip past the 3, but it didn't look like he had any right spin or outside spin to beat the 3. He does have the side pocket here, but now he's got to contest with the 7. And the 9. Yeah, just floating it in, taking his medicine here on the pink. Clean strike, and he had to hit it well to just get back out for the 5. It was kind of in a funny middle position, the purple 5. Everything good now. I guess he's falling on the low side of this 6 here. Yeah, wow. Okay. He's weighed it out, so he feels okay about it. Sure looks thin from here to the side. Track 3 rails around the 8. Just a little misleading. The way he hit it didn't look difficult at all. Bergman starting to pull away. He was going to the side pocket there. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
All right, and Justin Bergman sinks to 9, makes the score 6 for Justin Bergman. We're going to take a player break. We'll be right back.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. It doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
Hi there folks, I'm Phil Yates. I watch an awful lot of 9-ball pool. If you want to see the best of action, it's Billiard Sports Network, all the way.
All right, coming back from the break, 6-4, Justin Bergman getting ready to go into rack number 11.
Yeah, he's been struggling with the one here. It's been going high of the left side. I think he's got to hit it a touch thinner. Yeah, look at this. He's catching it real thick. If you watch, the cue ball was actually going up table. It caught a kiss back down low. So he's catching him quite a bit heavier than he should. I say catching them. I guess he's catching the one quite a bit thicker than I think he needs to. Really messy here. Yeah, it's going to be weak. Very weak.
Yeah, I expect a little bit of a better shape out of David there, Scott.
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't had a lot of table time, and what he's had hasn't been real aggressive as of last couple of games. Maybe just a bit of let up. Feeling a little steam now.
Bergman might be able to tuck this cube. behind the 6 and 3.
Yeah, I looked at that first, and he's not going that route, Frank, but I didn't hate it. I think maybe a little concerned about the scratch there, so he's just chipping it. I don't know if that's any good. It's not the end of the world, by the way. He actually took that combination on. I think that's a pretty big error. It's very difficult from that distance. The reason it's no good, obviously, is number one, he didn't make it. That's pretty evident. But number two is that where the 3 lies, David's got a couple opportunities. One, he could knock the 3 rails around and maybe open the 6-9 up and bury Justin. Yeah, where did he fall here? Is he kind of where you just got to draw out just above the right side pocket? Only problem with 3 railing that 3 out, if he decides to do it, and I don't know that he's going to at this point, is you'd have to avoid the 5. 3 does play from below the 7 on that line. Yeah, it's going to be the defensive play, I believe, here. There's really no future in getting to the 4, then tracking down and trying to get on the 5. But what he wants to do is tuck to the 6 and just creep it open a little bit. Low outside ball here, hitting the 3 full. He's just going to really wedge him up. Yeah, that's what we call here in South Florida jail.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, I just thought he might try and open the 6 at the same time and go into the 6 a little thicker, but that was a bit too much to ask. He's going to try and bend this backwards. It's easy to overbend this. Yeah, he kind of let up on it. Looks like he lost all the spin. Still a lot of work to do here. That's why I thought he would try to kind of trickle open the 6 on that defensive play. Wants to get below the 5 from that first line he was looking at, but he doesn't like either of it. And just getting good to the 5 is a challenge. That 7 is a big ball. You see the line that he's looking at. I don't mind being above the 5 either, but being below it's great if you get perfect. I'll tell you what, this could be ideal. Now, do you take a chance at punching to the 9, or do you just go into the 6? If you punch into the 9, you got to make sure it gets clear. Yeah, he's just going into him. Not happy. Can't blame him. Count the bottom half of the 9 and double kiss the 6. I feel like he's got to chip the 6 out towards the middle and draw up table past the 9. You've got to take a chance here in the snooker. Yeah, somewhere up there. Justin's going to eat you alive if you just trim off the bottom of the 6 and leave both balls down here. So you got to take a chance here. But I look at hitting the 6 a little thicker here. You just got to get the tip out of the way because it's going to come flying off the rail. That's what he's looking at now, is drawing it. Nothing easy, that's for sure. I think it's too passive coming off the bottom side. And he feels the same way. I don't feel like he's going to get any movement as thin as he's... Okay, he did, and he's done very well. Tough here. Just framming. Yeah, tricky. I think you've got to take your chance and just go into the 7 here. The shot itself is a little difficult. It looks like he's juicing this up. Yeah, he got paid off, and I feel like he earned it.
Yeah, so all things considered, he hit that one pretty well.
Absolutely. Where was the mistake? I can't remember what Justin did to... What did Justin do? He gave him ball in hand.
Yeah, it was had ball in hand on the 3 to the 4.
Well, it was on the 1, I believe, Frank.
Was it on the 1?
Yeah, but I can't remember what Justin did to give him that ball in hand. Oh, he kicked it. Well, never mind. We'll get past that. my bad. Neither here nor there. Justin made a mistake, and you don't want to do that with David Alcade. Within 1 now, trailing 6 games to 5. Following this 9.
All right, Alcade makes the score 6 to 5. Scott, let's take a look at our timeline here. Let's see the racks with the Davy Baby head. Alcade out to the 2-0 lead to beginning, and they traded racks back and forth. And then Bergman 3 in a row. No one's really running away with it, Scott, just back and forth. All right, going into rack number 12. Alcade to break.
There's no question. I mean, at the PLP, Justin found his break and was breaking well. But out of these two, I feel like David heads and tails above Bergman on the break so far. Yeah. Take a look here. No question. He actually put a little more on this. Bent the cue ball up and down and all around that 9.
You're new to pool and practice.
Sorry about that.
All good. Frank out. Where are you going here, David? So he's going to make contact with the pink, I believe. I don't know how you can avoid it. See him shaking his head. I don't know. I mean, I feel like, can't you just use an inside ball here? Is he going to try to draw through it and cheat it a little bit? You're going to make contact with the 4. I feel like inside's guaranteed to wrap 2 rails around out of this lower right corner towards the middle. Looks like he's trying to draw through this. Well, he's done well. This is missable just due to those 2 balls that are hampering the bridge a bit. Notice the elbow way up in the air. Buried it. That's a big sign for David. Those are the balls from time to time that'll jump up and get him. Seems like he's been real solid with the long ball so far. Yeah, he's acting as if he wants to fall dead straight on this green 6. He got into it quite a bit too much. It's going to be okay, I believe. He can just catch the right long rail and get past the 8. Might be a little steep on the 7, but that's all right. You just don't want to catch a piece of the 8 here.
Oh.
All right, he got a little quick in that final takeaway. There is just no question or a little jabby, I guess. I don't feel like he brought the Q-tip all the way back in the swing either. Could have been a lot worse, to be fair. This ball's makeable. A little bit of guesswork, though. Not a lot of table time here for this particular shot. It's not like Justin has had a day or two to practice it. He hasn't really just a small idea of where it's going to hit. So he's going to want to bend this just a little bit. Any contact, I think he's got a heavy chance of making it. I'll take the pot. It's going to bend here. Another look. Had a ton of inside on this. He aimed pretty high with that speed. What's going to shorten it up? The spin takes here. But hey, he's got a look, so I'm sure he's thrilled with that. All right, with the bridge, just going to shave the 7 and go back up top. Easy to get away from you here if you're not careful. Do you use the 8? Lay the 7 down on the right long round. Just go up to the upper right corner. It's a pretty big ball. It's going to open up. Can David bank the 7 back down towards the center diamond? There's a couple options. You could float it up towards the 8, maybe try to creep over to the left and use the 9. I think that's a little chancy. Distance probably better than the snooker here because the snooker's just a little dangerous. I mean, is there any benefit to just banking it to the upper right corner and stopping the cue ball right there? If you happen to miss the bank, you're probably going to get away with it unless you hang it up. He's got a lot of options. All right, it looks to me the way he's cueing the ball that he's going to float this up by the 8 and try and creep behind the 9. Not the worst by any means. Justin going to send the 7 up towards the center diamond, I believe. I don't know if you can do both, meaning get the 7 up towards the top rail, middle diamond, and use the 9. Just don't know if the speed dictates both of them working, meaning snookering yourself or snookering David behind the 9. He played the cue ball more than he played the 7, but I don't know if he could do both. I don't think he did either one. David has a look to the upper right, asking for the cue ball to be clean. Yeah, and I was thinking, I mean, I believe he's attacking to the upper right, but if he is attacking, he's probably thinking the over, meaning the overcut. Pretty difficult. The other issue is the cue ball tracking back towards the 9, most likely. Now he's changed cue position. I'd be surprised if he plays safe here. I don't think he can. I think you've got to go, especially with the score line. Now he's checking it with a tick of inside. Well, he's just missed the whole ball completely. He was trying to cut that, I believe. As deep as he came behind the 7, I believe he was trying to cut it, but as I mentioned, I think he was looking for the overcut. Why is it straighter than I think? Why do I keep feeling like the 8 is very doable in the side pocket from the overhead? That's why I keep thinking it. It's not as doable as it looks. I feel like he can come out of this corner. He's acting like he's going to draw this back for the bank. I feel like he can go forward here, though.
Forward 2 rails?
Yeah. He's not dead straight here. I'd be surprised if he draws this back. He's good with the high ball. He's real good with it. I don't know why he pounded it the way he did. Interesting. Bird's eye view, Franco.
He's close, Scott.
Yeah, and they're not frozen. It's close to the corner. I believe he's going to attack here. If you're worried about the scratch in the upper left, he's got to fram this ball. It's Mach 1 just to get it to the pocket. As a matter of fact, he's so thin and has to hit it so hard because they are not frozen that he could literally lose the cue ball off the first rail, off the table. I don't mind this decision using the 9, trimming off our right side of the 8, going 1, 2 over to the left side of the table. But when he went forward with the cue ball, that's really kind of all I thought he was going to do, is make sure he had to look to the side or the upper right corner on the 8. He tried to get nice and tight or bump the 8. Well, the only way you go up tables if you're trying to make it, I believe.
Looks like he's putting a lot of kill on it.
Yeah, he's got to avoid the scratch, so he's trying to use the 9.
Wow.
Very good. Very, very good. Okay, he does have the lower right corner. Can play the overcut again here. Bit of cat and mouse. I'd say this is a pretty close matchup in the tactical side. I don't think there's anybody with a better cue ball than Bergman when he's dialed in. But Al Katie's really kind of mirror imaged Bergman in that department. Yeah, it's going to be short. We've just seen that over and over. I feel like that's the bed. It's just a little bit wet. Not frozen. If he can get to the top side of this is probably bad news for Justin. I can't tell how much of the top side of the 8 he can see. Wonder if we could get the overhead here. Thanks, Frank. Yeah, not much to tell there either. You can swerve to the top side of the 8 and kind of do what Bergman did and try and just drift the 8 down, send the cue ball up table. I mean, I know you guys at home are thinking, oh, he's got the banks available to the left side, but it's very low percentage on this table.
Oh,
Yeah, I think he was trying, yeah, you see his finger, he was trying to kind of play like a two-way Frank, you know what I mean? If he misses it, he expects it to come back out towards the middle of the table, but he caught the point. Still not easy here, especially after you're just tapping the balls around for the last 3.5 hours. Great strike. Just took his medicine from there. Positive hit. Wanted to get the cue ball off the rail. Big value in that in itself.
all right, Justin pockets a 9. Going to take a 2-game lead now on David with a score of 7-5.
Oh, and there we have it.
Oh, fix that 1 second for you, Scott. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
you're good, buddy.
There.
Yeah, so if you guys get a chance, just check out the link in the description. And my partner and I've worked on this for 9 years, but literally in the last 1.5 years or so, it's been 10 to 16-hour day project for us. I feel like I have a new life now that this has been launched because I've got other things to focus on. But there's 3 tiers: Pro, Core, and Elite. They're all the same as far as what you're going to gather, but you will get more for each tier as far as videos and content and audio. There's a lot of mental preparation into this course. It's a 30-day course. You take it at your own speed. That will stay with you forever, I promise you. Link in the bio. Just take a look. Scroll down on the course and check out the video I made for it. You'll better understand it. Thank you guys so much.
Rack 13. Bergman to break in the lead, 7-5.
Wow, he's made an adjustment on the break. There's the thinner hit. Yeah, he's been catching them too thick for the last 4 or 5 games. Not fun out of the gate here. He's got options. You could actually cross this towards the upper right, not like you're making it. Come back down, use the 8-9, but He's probably attacking. Don't know if the 3 is makeable to the upper right corner, so he's looking at potentially playing safe next. I really don't mind crossing it, though, not to make it. Yeah, the reason I didn't mind crossing it is because you just don't want to serve something up on a silver platter like this. The shot was difficult. Yeah, he's doing really well there. I believe he can draw into the 7. A little tricky here, right? He just wants to pinch back about 2 balls worth. Don't want to overhit it and end up behind the 9. Like to stay off the rail an inch or 2 as well. That's perfect. Not going to go away, this guy. Yeah, and this is the decision on the 2 ball, resulting in a big opener for Alcady, and he's taking full advantage. Things can change rather quickly. A Spaniard within 1.
All right, David Alcady makes a score 7-6. Justin Bergman. Okay, rack number 14. David Alcady to break, trailing by 1. One ball on the side. Cue ball comes to the right side of the table. 2 ball gets kicked to the corner. David's going to have an okay starting position. 3 out towards the center. David's going to have to come up between the 4 and the 9. I have to use proper speed. Does not want to overshoot the gap. David's looking to hit about 3/4 of the way up on the rail. I mean, just about 2 or 3 inches before the side pocket. When he does get there, he's going to have the 3 in the side now. Five to the 6 will be the shot here for David. All right, David should just come across one rail. Be okay here playing the 5 to the corner. Just drawing back for the 6 down on the bottom left. He
Yeah, and it's the 2-ball last game that Justin took on to the upper left corner when the 3 was never guaranteed. So I felt like he could cross the 2 over above the right corner pocket and just come back down and cover him up.
Scott, I got to question this. I thought maybe he would want to get back a little further than that.
Sure looks like it. I mean, he's got a good angle here. He's got to make the ball, and he'll be fine. He's afraid he's overrun it, but he's going to be fine. The bed's slow. He's got a good chop here. Back and forth. I mean, to your point, Frank, it was initially not getting back far enough that's caused him the problem. He's struggled with this cut the last 2 times he's had it. One was the 6 ball, the other was the green, the 6 and the 1. I think this one he will bury. Yeah. So was it game number 13 that Bergman plays the 2 to the upper left corner with no positive guarantee with position on the 3 and a lot of funny balls in position where he had a pretty good safety? It's cost him 2 racks at minimum.
All right, now Katie will play the 9 to the bottom right corner, and he's going to tie this matchup 7-7 here in rack 14.
Yeah, excuse me, I said rack 13. It was rack 12, actually, I believe, that Bergman missed the 2.
Well, Scott, we can go back and take a look at that here in the rack timeline. Scott was saying rack 12. Where Bergman had his last win.
So it was rack 13
Yes,
where he
sir.
missed the 2. Sorry, it's been a couple of long days.
I get it, buddy. Speaking of long days, let's look at some scores. Tyler Steyer was down 6-3 in this match and came back. Now he's up 7-6. Marco Tusher, Duan Kwa Kwang, 7-7. Just getting started with some of the 2 o'clock round matches. Sergio Rivas up 3-1 over Pascal Dufresne. Back here on the main table, 7-7. Iceberg, Justin Bergman tied up with the Matador, David Alcady. Rack number 15.
Yeah, I kind of felt like this is how this match was going to go from the beginning. I said I felt like it was close. I think we both felt that way. Well, what's the 2 going to do here? Merry Christmas. Have a nice day. The 7, the only real funny ball, I believe. The 8 hanging up. And what a great starter. And the 7 really not funny due to where the 9's at, because the 8 is going to be gone. Wow. Rack number 13. Once again, I feel like Justin really overlooked a pretty good defensive play. Kind of forced the issue. What's he worried about here? Potentially following the 8 in with the 3. If that's the case, just baby it. Ensure the fact that the 3 stays up. The only other concern is if he hits it with pace and he gets behind the 4, he could snooker himself on the 3 if it holds up. So I think he just babies this. Yeah. I'm going to take a little break after this match. You got a couple other great commentators in the building, Dennis Hatch and then Tony Robles, my commentary partner for the PLP, or Jeremy and I's commentary partner for the PLP. I think they'll step in for a couple of rounds. I'll be back at 8, Frank?
6.
6.
For the winners qualification rounds.
Sounds good. Is he just thinning this here, going to the left side for the 4?
I think we might have Bartosiak come in at the 2 o'clock round, and then Robles. Hatch might have a matchup today.
Let me tell you something about that guy. I walked into his office 2 days ago. I'm doing something a little small with him, but he's been literally a great friend of mine, and we've helped each other quite a bit. But I walked into his office, and he was doing a show on a site called Zax. He's a day trader. He was doing a soundbite. And 2 years ago, when he first got on the camera for me, advertising pool room, I said, man, you are like very natural at this. Well, he's been on Bloomberg TV, had multiple shows on Bloomberg TV talking about day trading and the ups and downs and all the good stuff and the bad stuff about it. And this guy is just a natural on the microphone, no matter what he's doing. He is short here. This means he's got to work the cue ball up and down. Does not want to get short side of the 7, so he's going to have to thread the needle between the 7 and 9, or just wrap around with a low outside ball. But he's not happy. Once again, we've talked about the bed slowing down, and it's just the bed of the table is just a bit slower than the rails, and that's common in a humid environment. He's got 2 options, I believe. He's got to thread the needle or whip around with a low outside ball. That's the safest option, meaning low left, wrap around the upper left corner and back out. But he's going to have some distance on the 7 now, so things not straightforward anymore. I didn't like this decision. I felt like it was gambling. A low outside ball, just take the distance. He was a little scared of the distance, I guess. He tried to pinch in between the 7 and 9. Here we go again. Cat and mouse. Game number 15. 2 balls on the table. I'm a fan of banking to the upper left corner, just drawn down. Play it short if you don't make it. He will not do that, I don't believe, because he doesn't want to be faced with a long 9-ball. Well, he did do it. He just played the distance. Tricky here. Very tricky. A lot of distance here to edge the left side of the 7 and keep it up top.
Is there any opportunity maybe to use the 9 as cover?
Yeah, I actually think that that's kind of what he was looking at to begin with, but I don't know which way you use it. Yeah, it looks like he's looking or weighing out his options to send the 7 back down table here, somewhere on the left side and go up behind the 9. But boy, it seems tough. Now he's changed directions. Going back up in behind the 9 again with the cue ball. The only concern here is you're leaving the 7. He took a whip at it. How's this going to finish? Pretty fortunate here for Bergman. My. David taking a big gulp. Yeah, did not have to finish there, did it, David? El Fortuneto. Going to create distance again. Chip the 7 to the top rail, back down. Like to glue him down. Yeah. He's going to go with the 9. Felt like you're dangerous if you don't get him covered up here. This looks like he has him covered. This looks like he doesn't.
I think he's got a piece of it. Maybe about a half of the left side.
Wow.
Wow. I want to see that one again on the replay, Scott. And tap by Katie.
Yeah, and you know what? David's a class act. I mean, just feathered this ball. I was saying David's a class act because Justin got lucky on the bank. 7 went back and forth, up and down, all around, got safe. And Justin makes a good shot here, and David give him the credit. A lot of people ain't going to do that. A true veteran of the sport, David Alcade. Great person. This is a nightmare. It's so much so that I think he was just looking at the kick. The reason this is such a problem is the 7 is so close to the top rail. Where do you go from? Hard to get away from anything. You'd love to be able to just leave Justin side rail to side rail. But even that is impossible from here due to where the cue ball's at. Getting behind the 9 looks to be very difficult. Boy, I don't know. Do you just kind of like bank at it to the lower left corner with a massive inside spin and try and lay on the right long rail and hope to leave Justin some type of distance and very tough? I don't think you can do anything soft and take your chance. Yeah, I think this is what he's doing. Looking to really check this with an inside ball. I love the idea. This is a Josh Filler special. He caught the point, so he got away with it, but he was playing all cue ball. 7 was never going to have the speed to get back up table, though. So David has to admit he got a little fortunate here, and Justin has to come with a big shot. And it's the same corner as the blue 2 was missed in game number 13. Boy, do you even take this on this table? You could just thin it to the top rail and come back down. What a big time shot from Bergman.
And he gets reward on a 9, Scott.
I mean, big time right there. Ice in his veins. Yeah, I don't think people realize how difficult that shot was. I'm sure they do actually, but my.
It's not that it's just the shot, it's the pressure of making the shot right then.
Exactly. 7-7. They're both 2 games away under that with cat and mouse, tick and toe, and yeah, to come with that shot under those conditions. Impressive.
All right, 8-7 on the score. Bergman on the hill.
Thank you all for tuning in. Do us a favor, Frank, busting his tail here. Billiard Sports Network on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. Greatly appreciate it. Share the stream. Dang, it's already 2 o'clock. So this match has been going 2 hours and 11 minutes, to be exact. There's a good look at the Ermith Blacks. He made the correction on the break shot. Did well with the 1 last time. Can he repeat? 1 away. Cue ball resting on the WNT Magic Rack. He's got to look to the left side, and I believe he's got to look to the corner as well. The 3 really where he wants it to be. I think David's feeling right now that it'd be fortunate to get back to the table.
Scott, our next matchup after this is going to be Carlo Beato, current world champion, against JD Prestegard from Minnesota.
I hate putting you on the spot, but who beat Beato?
It's just still round 2 A side.
Oh, still A side round
Yeah.
2. Okay.
Yeah, trust me, if somebody beat Beato early and be all over social media.
Yeah, which I'm never on. I just post and go. But nice shot by Bergman, just taking a little distance on the 3. I thought we were through the first round. We're not through the first round yet.
No, he's the last match of the first round.
Okay. Wow.
Also want to note that Carlo has had a bye, so 2 o'clock into today, he has not been on any of the matches yet.
Ooh, he caught that a little thick. Oftentimes, you catch that knuckle at all, it's not going to go. That's good information, Frank. Watch out. Heart rate up a little bit. You can see his movements around the table are much quicker than normal. Yeah, he's a little edgy. You can definitely see it. Geez, it looked like he overcut that ball. He's perfect. For me, it's game number 15 if he does get out here. The brown 7 to the upper left corner from the bottom rail. When the score was 7 apiece. Took a lot of heart to play that ball. He's known for it under the pressure, for the money. Tournaments as well, just in the big moments. You can always count on Justin Bergman. I think he's been a very big missing piece for Team USA in the last several years. I don't mind it. Regroup. Bergman. Back on the scene.
All right, Justin Bergman is poised to close this match out right here with this shot. All right, and the Iceberg defeats David Alcady with a score of 9-7. That will move Justin on to the next round. I believe I might be able to tell you his opponent. It will be Arseny Savashnyov later on tonight at 8 p.m. All right, guys, we're going to have Carlo Beato coming up next on the stream. I want to thank Freezer. He'll be back later on at 6 p.m. for the winners qualification rounds. Don't go anywhere. Match starting in about 5 minutes. We'll talk to you soon.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here. I'm going to have the world champion, Carlo Beato. It's JD Prestigard, JD from the Apple Valley, Minnesota area. I'm Frank Mialetti from the Billiard Sports Network, joined here by a good friend of mine, Michael Yednak. We're going to call this match.
Thanks so much for having me, Frank.
Appreciate it, buddy. So what do you think of the event so far? I know you're playing in it.
I mean, the venue's amazing. Super happy to be here. Had a lot of good times here already. Excited to see what my next match happens. But yeah, just really enjoying the venue.
Yeah, Classic Billiards is one of a kind.
All right. Jumping the 4 probably.
Let's see, yeah.
Or the 8, I should say. Making the 4.
2 and a 4. Oh,
Every new
that.
begin.
Yeah, I mean, with the 4 hanging, he's got to jump it. I think if he can play position on the 3 just in case, he will. So he'll probably come up to the right or to the left side of the screen a little bit. Yeah, just in case he pocketed both. Yeah, the staff's been amazing here at Classic Billiards. The tables are amazing. They just reclothed them right before we got here. So it's been a great venue and a great event so far.
All right, sorry about that, folks. Back to the action.
All right. Carlos, such a great player to watch. He has a very nice compact stroke, but gets exactly what he needs. Okay, hit that ball a hair chubby, so he'll probably make a slight adjustment as he moves forward. Got a little more deflection than I think he anticipated. Frank, do we know who's coming up next, or is it still
For the 4 p.m. round?
Yeah.
Actually, Tournament Directions taking a look at that right now.
Sweet.
We should know in a few minutes.
Well, it looks like Carlos going to draw first blood here with a break and run to open up. On top of it, all the refs have been really good. Got the usual World Nineball Tour refs.
Yeah, we got top-notch refs here. Estel, who's refereeing right now on the main table. Ben Taylor, of course. Jose Burgos. All great additions here to the matchups here on Vice City Classic.
Okay, looks like he's trying to make the one in the right side. My guess is the 5-8-2 will be up table. Let's see if I predict correctly here. Okay, good position on the 2. So on the new claw, sometimes it slides a little more, so you might use a sliver of checking English or right English just to make sure he doesn't get behind that 5 ball. He'll want to land nice and chubby on this 3. And good, he was able to avoid that 5 well and got nice and thick. A little jacked up, but he's okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at this 6-7. God, I can't believe I said that. But he should be able to roll his cue ball down for the 4, I think. Like,
Yeah, what do you like on the 5 to the 6 here?
5 to 6 is going to be tough. But look at, I was looking at it a few seconds ago. Let's take a look ahead. Look where the 9 ball is. Is there a possibility for the 9 to come off the 7 into the corner? Probably not, right?
That'd be pretty slick, but I think it just misses the 7. He needs to get like a quarter ball eclipse on the 7.
Yeah.
Does he play for the 6 on the side? These side pockets are so tight. Does it go in the same pocket as the 4?
It potentially does, but he's got to get down there. The steep angle that he is now, he might actually run into it from here. 2 rails, left rail, right rail. He's got to get into it really good, though. It'll be a tough shot for him.
Yeah, he's trying to get on the left side of the table, so it must go in that lower right corner. Boy, he's got to just narrowly miss that side pocket if that's what he's trying. Yeah, he's thinking of attacking it just to be safe so he doesn't scratch.
He did bump to 6 like we were talking about, but it did not land favorable for him.
Yeah, that you called at the beginning that 6 was the key to this rack.
Look at the overhead. Let's see if Carlo can go into it.
If he can hit the top side, he might get good separation, but he could also scratch in the side.
Yeah, a lot of variables on this particular shot. Might see JD's first chance at the table after this contact here.
Okay, so he's going 3 rails
3
instead.
rails behind it.
Could get super lucky and make the 9.
I'm going to leave this angle. I just like the way it looks.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Wow. Well thought out shot.
Well, very well. All right, we get our first chance. Look at JD Prestigard. Like you say, it's in the Apple Valley, Minnesota area. He plays well. Travels a lot of events. I first met, excuse me, first met JD last year at the McDermott Open Matchroom event at Yale Billiards.
I think he's just got to bank the 6 up by the middle diamond and put the cue behind the 7, 9, 8.
Yeah, I like that option.
Assuming he could hit it thick enough without. If he can't, he can just go straight into the 8 or the 7 and use the 8 as a blocker.
Unfortunately, get eliminated. Please see the tournament desk. We have a gift bag for you, and you have the option to join the bar box tournament. So please
Yeah,
keep
he
that
had
in mind.
Just a little firmer, I think, would have done him well there.
Oh, he had such a good line. Just another foot and a 6, he would have been
Maybe
golden.
another, yeah, or another rotation or two on the cue.
Yeah, either
behind
way.
that 7.
This is no spring chicken. No. He's got.
I mean, I'm playing Carlo Beato. I want the ball glued to any other ball when it's not my shot.
I'm gonna learn something here, Frank. Is he just gonna spear this in? Can he cut it in the side?
It looks like the cut's on for him.
Okay, well that changes things. If the cut's on, he's got cue ball speed, but if he's got to hit it thick, he's in trouble. Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Carlo waves it off.
After you get lucky, you kind of got to go for the side. You're not going to play safe here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go. Just the morals here. You have to go for the shot. Are you going to the Florida Open? Playing in that
Yeah,
also?
yeah, absolutely, yeah. I just started playing again, Frank. So
Yeah, I
I'm
remember
excited
for a
to-
while you took a little bit of time off. You were coaching, and good to see you back out there.
Yeah, I just got to get back in the shake of things. I would say probably my first match, Dennis got me, and I was honestly a little nervous. Just been a little bit since I've been competing, so it's good for me to get back in here.
It's always like it's like riding a bike. Once you get back in there, it's somewhat the same. All right, and the Black Tiger takes down rack number 2 here in a race to 9.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
All right, and we're back here for rack number 3.
Speed racker.
Yeah, that's the Walton.
He gets the award for the fastest, cleanest rack.
Absolutely. All right, Carlo to break.
Let's see.
If you're JD here down 2-0, you know, you've only had one shot at the table. And yes, it's 2-0 with one shot at the table, but you got to realize the shot that he had was not the greatest. So he just has to bide his time.
Yeah, I mean
Good.
he played the right shot too. So you know, like he's thinking, well, just one more rotation. It's him just getting to the table. He'll get loosened up as he gets going. He's obviously a strong player.
Carlo with a good starting point here with the 2. Look at the overhead on that 3. I'm not sure if the 3 can go clean. He's got a little bit of work to do with it.
Yeah, he might end up playing position for a safety on the 3. I don't know. I don't know if it goes anywhere.
Yeah, so I was looking at, does he try to kind of load up on it and just draw down to the right side? Yoink. Does not get there.
Yeah, so must have went in that lower right corner, but he just overjuiced it by half a diamond. And
I was pointing out to the freezer before we got to this match. Carlo had a bye. This is his first match of the tournament, so he might be just a little slow starting. I know he's been hitting balls for 3 nights. He got here actually Sunday or Monday.
yeah, my only, I'll say, gripe coming to these is just that you get one rack and then you got to shoot, and I'm a slow starter as it is, so like I really could use like 15 minutes. But,
yeah, there's a couple players that felt the same way, so they came here about a day or two early and get to feel the conditions, and all the tables were refelted this. It's a good spin on it. All the tables were refelted this weekend and this week. So put it on the fresh cloth.
poor JD. I mean, he steps to the table and he's got this long 6-foot shot frozen to the back rail, and he's got to go for it. I mean,
you have to go for the 9-ball here.
There's no choice. He's either going to go for the 3 or the 9. I kind of feel like the 3 clears, so he might go for the 3, Frank. It's tough though. If he goes for the 9, it's not the worst option, because you're right. The 3 might actually slide behind the 8 if he misses. He's got some life here, but tough action to be at the table with this situation.
Yeah, no disrespect to JD. Carlo, if you're looking at the skill differential, Carlo might be able to make a mistake or two and possibly correct it.
He went for it.
Yeah, you have to, I feel. The table's open here for Carlo. 3 into the corner. 4 goes into the top right.
Yeah, so for any new viewers, the 4 is pink and the 5 is purple. So no orange ball in this set.
No orange ball. We've commentated different matches the past month. I think I've had a different set every tournament.
Welcome to pool.
Yeah, the official WNT set, though, is the Dynaspheres Titan balls. That's the teal 2. And the new Bumblebee-looking cue ball. Or, I'm sorry, Bumblebee-looking 9-ball.
So he has 2 options here. He can draw this out or follow it. If he follows, he has to use a little bit inside.
And Carlo's going to roll over for the 5, playing the 5 to the top corner.
Yeah, that's
come out 2 rails. Playing the 6 in the side pocket.
He's starting to get used to the speed, because he kind of smoothed that in and didn't play to overhit it. Like like if you're uncomfortable, you play that 4 to the 5. You make sure you get above the 5, so you usually overhit it on purpose. But he landed in like sweet spot position. Like if I'm playing great, then I try to get the tight quarters.
Pretty elementary here for Carlo. 7, 8 is going to go into the corner. He'll come over for the 9.
How many stream tables do they have here?
So I'm streaming 4 tables to the Billiard Sports Network, and 1 table, which is the main here, to Matchroom Pool YouTube. So everything is for free that we're streaming out. 4 tables to BSN YouTube, 1 table to Matchroom.
Almost got funny on the 8 to the 9.
It did, a little tight there.
Just did a little too much.
All right, Carlo's going to take a 3-0 lead here in a race to 9.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the Drill Partner is perfect for you.
looking like the 7-8-3 probably will be up table. Okay, so Carlo can see the 2, but can't really play aggressive here. He's got a couple safety options. He could hit the right side of it and put the cue ball up table behind the 3 and 9 and 6. Or he could hit the left side and do more of a half ball hit and split it evenly and just use the 6. I could also just thin it and try to get it behind the 5. A lot of options here. Okay, chose behind the 5. I think he got him. I don't think it leaked out too much. Now again, if JD can see it, this is such a hard shot opening up. I mean, even if you're 7 racks in and you're playing great, this is super missable. Carlo did the job of keeping the cue ball close to the rail, which was a much more limiting factor. Keeps the pressure on his opponent. Again, JD put a pretty good stroke down, but just wasn't able to connect. Now these pockets seem tight to me, so I probably wouldn't play this 2 in the side unless it's staring me in the face. But I would consider the corner. Looks like Carlo might play this inside just because the angle of the side pocket might be pretty generous still. Yeah. He's probably just going to, what I call slide draw, this between the 3 and the 9, come towards the 4. Try to get as thick on the 4 as he can without getting straight in so he can pull underneath for the 5 in the same pocket. Oh, I had a perfect draw angle. Okay, this is very natural to the 5. A little bit of low right. Could play for the corner of the side here. I think he's just going to slide up for the side. Just a little. Nope, chose the corner. Well, he's done all the heavy lifting here. Just going to pocket this, use the natural angle on the 7 to roll up for the 8, and then the 9 on the side. So Carlo's looking sweet at the table here, about to be halfway through the set almost. And really, JD is not performing poorly, just hasn't had quality opportunity to pocket an easy shot.
Yeah, Carlos kept him off the, basically off the table on anything straight. He's just doing his job. Yeah.
What I heard Dennis say one time was he made him a security officer, so Carlos just made him a security officer. He's just kind of hanging out watching like the rest of us.
All right, 4-0 on the score here. Carlo Beato and JD press the guard.
Hello guys, I'm Feder Gorst and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
He's already won 1 match.
He did. Yes, Carlo had a bye. Seeded players, he had a bye if there was any buys that came around. JD defeated Alexander Fitzgerald with a score of 9-0.
I wonder if Alexander showed up either physically or emotionally.
Yeah, it was.
He wasn't there.
Yeah, JD. Physically, he was there.
Okay.
Just JD had a great match. It looks like that was on table. What table was that on? That was on table 9.
Well, it happens to all of us, Alexander.
Yeah, we all had a tough set. All right, Carlo to break. Rack number 5 in the lead, 4-0.
Again, with where the 2 is, I think he might keep the cue ball on this part of the table instead of going up table. Oh, he made the 2. No position on the 3, so we're looking at a push out. Generally speaking, when you push out, the person pushing out is at a disadvantage. So this should give JD an opportunity to at least make a good percentage decision here, whether to take it or not. I know he's going to want to get at the table because he hasn't really shot, but if he can see to make it, then that's a huge error. If he's kicking at it, I'm not sure if I would take it. Okay, he was able to avoid the 8. Hit the old kick and stick and hit it perfectly. So good choice to take that push out. Oh, we get a little masse shot here from Carlo. He's trying to use the 6 to block him, and I think he got him. What a great shot there. Now, JD may have the bank on, but he's probably playing safe. Okay, played a little two-way there. Need to hit a little firmer, but I think he got Carlo in a position where he has to play safe. I don't think Carlo should shoot at this. Probably split the balls, use the 8, 5, and 9 as blockers. JD looking to kick one rail directly at it or 2 rails underneath it. He's not getting a roll here. He made that ball by accident, and now he's frozen to the rail again, which is turning out to be his favorite shot of this match.
Michael, we have our 6 p.m., which is the winners qualification matches that we're going to be streaming here on the Billiard Sports Network. So on the main table will be Joshua Filler versus Mark Biesterbach. On side table number 1 will be Francisco Sanchez Ruiz versus AJ Manis. Side table number 2 will be John Moore versus Mario He. And side table number 3 will be Sanjin Pelivanovic versus Victor Zielinski.
A lot of great matches coming up.
It's getting tough to start picking the TV match. They're all amazing.
Yeah, it was tough at the get-go here. A bunch of world champions here.
Yeah.
All right, I like his decision there not to shoot at that ball. You missed 2 frozen to the rail shots. Why go shooting when you have such a tough shot? Now, Carlo might try to put the cue ball behind this 8 ball. If he has that angle, I think he can slide behind the 8. Well, he looks like he's shooting. So he's shooting for the lower right corner. And Carlo missed and left him frozen on the rail again. And I think he might be able to see the top side of the 3. If he can see enough of the 3 to bank it to the short rail, that'd be great. I'm not sure how thick he can hit this ball. Okay. Well played. Carlos got a shot here, but doesn't let natural position. The cue ball is going up table if he goes for the shot, so I don't expect Carlo to shoot at this. He's probably going to split it and try to get the cue behind the 4 and 5, put the cue on the left side and the 3 on the right side of the table. If he does shoot at it, he's seeing if he can hit the 5, playing it with inside and get position on this 4. That's another aggressive option. I like it. Okay, he wasn't able to hit the 5, which new cloth slidey table. He's lost position quite a few times here and saved himself 3 times in the match. And somehow always came out ahead. If he can overcut this 4, he'll leave it safe. He hit it thick. I don't know how well JD jumps, but if he can't see this ball, he might be able to jump this in and get his first inning at a runnable table. Not that the jump is easy, but it's pretty close to the pocket. It's reasonable. I wouldn't try to play some sort of safe here. Okay, he's leveling out. He's trying to probably bank this 1 rail towards the left side of the table. Yeah. I don't know. He's been in a rough spot every time he steps to the table, and he's just not able to come out ahead here. He's got to turn one of these low percentage shots into a inning where he stays at the table, and he's just not quite getting that fortune. Okay, Carlo hit really good speed there. Did inside English 2 rails. Got perfect on this 5. He should be able to draw underneath the 9 pretty easily. He's not too jacked up here. Probably go to the rail and out. Yeah. He's got a situation where he could play for the 9 in the side or the corner. It really just depends on what angle he ends up on this 8. You know, just so I don't have to punch it, I'll probably play this inside myself, but he looks like he's amping up and going to spear it in, pop back out to the middle of the table, so he's straight on the 9 in the lower left corner. Yeah, good shot. Well, unfortunate for JD, just hasn't had the opportunities. Looking at a 5-0 scoreline. Okay, Carlo off to break here. Kind of feel like the 6, 8, and 7 should be up table. Again, the 2 ball probably going to reside around the lower left corner of the table. Oh, he was able to make it, so he missed the 1 ball. Probably overcut it a little bit. That's why the 1 got away from him. But this is an interesting situation here. I'm really curious as to how Carlo's going to attack this, because the 7-1 doesn't go. It's not a natural safety. He does have a push option. Could choose to push out instead of attack from here. I'm actually really curious as to how Carlos is going to attack here. Okay, I think what he's looking to do is try to keep the 1 there and pivot the cue ball back towards the 3 or the 6. He's got to make sure he doesn't lose the 1. Okay, I'm not sure if that worked out how you wanted, but JD is at the table. He can see the 1 completely. The 4-6 looks like it's available later, which is good. Looks like the 3 clears the pocket. So if he can do something dynamically to play a quality safe here and somehow attain ball in hand, or at least a better position than he's in, this is a pretty good opportunity, really, to play an aggressive safety. I wonder if he can hit the 6 ball and leave Carlo behind the 4. Yeah, that's what he's going for there. That's a good shot, and this could put Carlo in a bad spot. Now Carlo's going to jump this forward, try to attack the 1, but even if he makes it, the out is pretty challenging, assuming he has any position on the 3 after. Does actually look like the 3 goes off the 4, so if he gets in trouble, he could play a carom on the 3 off the 4. Yeah, of course Carlo makes it on him. That was a tough jump shot. Carlo just speared it in like it was a hanger. Now I think what he can do is play the 3 off the 4 ball in the corner, but he's got to play position on the 4. He may opt for the 3-6 combination just because the position on the 4 ball is harder to judge. Every combination is missable, so this still is not a high percentage shot yet. Okay. Now I believe he has a little too much angle, so he might try to thin this with right, but the new cloth may be a problem here. Okay, Carlo just accepted a little bit of an awkward angle on this 4. Does he play for a bank on the 5? I might actually just take my medicine here and get the cue ball parallel to the 5 ball and play a bank on the 5 ball next. Let's see what world-class player decides. What do you got, Carlo? Okay, was able to get position for the corner. Great shot. I think the reason he chose the side over the corner was just because it was much easier to get to the 8. Any angle he had on the side, he could manage position on the 8 ball. So good decision there, obviously. Boy, you didn't have to make that banking combo on our boy JD. Sorry, jumping combo. All right, Carlo. Put on a little clinic here when he does get open. I think JD's going to take a break, so we'll take one as well.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. a crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. Doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
All right, guys, we're back here with Carlo breaking. I think the 4-5-2 will be up table. Okay, so looking at the rack as it stands, this is a tough shot in the 2, but the good thing about it is it's thin enough that the cue ball should be able to get back up table. There are a couple scratches to avoid, being the side pocket and the lower left corner pocket. But I think he's got to shoot at this. Probably trying to attack the second diamond here on the long rail. All right, was able to avoid the side pocket scratch. Got sweet on the 3, maybe a little too thick, but I think he can swing out of there. Yeah, he had the correct angle. Try to get pretty straight on this 5 ball. I believe a stop shot leaves him the correct side on the 6 to float forward for the 7. Yeah, this is pretty easy after he made that 2 ball and avoided the scratch. Just wants to avoid the 9 ball, make sure he doesn't get hooked behind the 9 anyway. All right, he was dead straight. Played 9 ball in the same pocket as the 7 probably. Just a little sliding cue ball. Probably the quickest rack. Looking at a 7-0 lead from Carlo. JD's break in an attempt to stifle Carlo's momentum has not worked. Fortunately.
I'm Josh Filler. You're watching the Billiard Sports Network.
Joshua and Pia have been putting a lot of good stuff out there on the Instagram. Just watched them run a rack of 8-ball in like, I want to say like 30 seconds or something. It was pretty cool. They're a great team. All right, let's see if he continues to miss the one ball. He's not quite getting the one in the side like he'd like. Any consistency, so probably make some adjustments here. There he goes. All right. One went straight in. 2 to the 3 looks pretty challenging. He doesn't have the right angle on the 2 to get to the 3 naturally. The 3-4 combo may be a consideration. Since he's so thick, he's going to try to draw back and play for the 3 in the side. This will be a good shot. If he doesn't quite get there, he should have some safety option with the 3. He needs a little rail relief. Great shot by Carlo. It was just low right, and he hugged the rail because of the right side English. Got the draw to take right away. There's a smooth stroke. It's funny, like Carlo has more of a compact stroke, so it looks a little more jagged at times, but when he needs to put that nice sweet stroke down, he definitely has that capability. I actually like to use low outside here and go above the 7 2 rails towards the middle of the table. Or if I had the draw angle, just draw it 1 rail out. Yeah, the 2 rail option. Just like that. I mean, he's done all the heavy lifting. Once he got on that 3 in the side and made the 3, everything else was pretty natural here. Could play a stop shot, could roll forward a little bit, either good. I'm not sure exactly what angle he has. If he can cheat the pocket, he might go forward a couple rails. Yeah, just wants to avoid the 8, or the 9, I mean. Had the perfect angle, draw back for the 9 in the side. Very clean rack by Carlo there. Beautiful first opening shot on that 2-ball, 2 to the 3. Was able to really dig into that cue ball and get that immediate draw. All right, Carlo breaking from the exact same spot, the entire rack, entire set. He was able to knock the 1 in the side. Every now and then he misses the 1, and the 1 goes up table a little bit, but I suspect he's locked this tip placement in the right cut angle to get this in the side. Right, and man, sweet position on the 2-ball in the side pocket, just rolled right in front of the side for him. He's just got to control his draw and not overjuice it. Make sure he has good position on the 3-ball, and the rest of the rack is, again, an easier lineup. Made 2 balls in the break. Okay, he was able to cheat the pocket to the left side and completely avoid getting behind any of those balls. He got a little straight, but he's got some options here. He can probably just draw back or roll forward and get position on the 5 in the same pocket he was playing type position for. Able to draw back, get nice and straight on the 5. I like how he did that. He purposely used the pure follow with a little bit of inside English to get perfect on the 6 ball. Wanted to be on the left side of the 6. Could have easily stopped it and accepted the wrong angle, but chose to move the cue ball around essentially 7 diamonds to get perfect position. Feeling looser, playing better as the set goes on. Standard world-class performance by Carlo. Got a couple of safeties that he put on himself, but was able to negotiate the kicks and come out ahead. JD, fine player, didn't really get an opportunity, but he's shaking Carlo's hand. Nice performance by Carlo. Thanks for having me, Frank.
All right, Carlo Beato is going to finish this match off 9-0 with JD Prestegard. Guys, we will be back at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our next matchup. I'm not sure if we have our matchup yet. But if you want, tables 2, 3, and 4 are being streamed live on the Billiard Sports Network. Excuse me, Billiard Sports Network YouTube. You can go over there and watch some of the matches, and then come back here at 4 p.m. I'll be here with Tony Robles. I'll be commentating the match. Michael, good luck in your 4 p.m. match. Thanks for being here with us today. We'll talk to you soon, guys.
Huge fan of Tony, so I'll probably listen in after my match.
There you go.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you soon, guys. Thank you.
Moonlighting Billiards presents the Drill Partner. Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the Drill Partner is perfect for you. Use the Drill Partner to set up drills anywhere on the table. The Drill Partner allows you to set up for drills with balls in a straight line, in an angle, vertically, horizontally, with varied spacing between balls. The Drill Partner is one partner that will never let you down. If improving your game is important to you, then get the revolutionary new product that guarantees a lightning fast and accurate drill setup every time. The Moonlighting Billiards Drill Partner. Roll him in and begin.
All right, guys, we're getting started here with the B side, round 2, and I have a special guest with me here, Mr. Tony Robles, two-time Moscone Cup player, 2003, 2004. Tony, thanks for being here with us.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here at Classic Billiards for this amazing event and a warm-up. What a warm-up this is, right?
What an event. It's like a major almost.
Yeah.
We have Danny Ramirez, who's one of our house pros here at Classic Billiards, also known as El Real, versus world-class player Marco Tuscher.
Yeah, Marco's an 806, and what a player he is. He gives 100%, 110% every shot.
Yeah, very strong player. Don't sleep on Danny. Danny's got a lot of great shots in his repertoire.
Mm-hmm.
Very big in the South American community, Danny. He was instrumental in helping bring players like Tevez and Gerson Martinez to the U.S.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's always good to have someone like that in your corner. All right.
Yeah, I watch a couple of Instagram videos of Classic Billiards with Danny's doing these fancy shots, and I said, wow, those are impressive
Yeah,
shots.
he plays pretty well. All right, Marco, going to go back and get his jump cue. Look at a couple of angles here. 3 is in the way, so he's going to have to kind of, wouldn't call it a jump swerve, but he's going to have to jump over the 3 into the rail first, and then go into the 2 ball.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to hit this too hard because he wants to control the cue ball so that he can at least have access to the 3. Even if he doesn't have a decent shot, at least he can play a safe off of it. Which was the match before this one, Frank?
The match before this was, I'm sorry, Carlo Beato and JD Prestegard.
Oh, who won that one?
Carlo Beato.
Carlo Beato.
Yes.
And that was an A-side match?
That was an A-side match, yes.
Great. Wow, look at that.
Nice hit, nice leave.
No, I thought for a second there, I didn't look at the monitor correctly. I thought the 7 was a 9 ball, and I saw the 2 heading there, and I said, "Oh, don't tell me it's gonna." You know how sometimes you try so hard to you're just trying to hit the ball, and then that ball just bounces somehow, ends up in front of the 9.
Get lucky and pocket it.
Oh, nice hit. I don't know. I don't think the 2 ball goes by the 3 ball. He might have to leave the 2 ball there, use the 3 as a stopper, and go 2 rails behind the 6-9. Oh, he wants to go behind the 4. That's not a bad shot. He hit that great.
Kind of opened a
It
channel
looked like he was
up.
going to go forward a bit.
Yeah, looks like it opened a channel up a little bit, though. Maybe put this 2 back up table and leave the cue down below the 3-4.
Yeah, over here, I think he's going to try to put him behind 3-4. This is one of those shots, Frank, where I tell people all the time, you either have to focus on the speed of the cue ball or the object ball. This is one of those where you have to focus on the speed of the cue ball. Boom. Ooh, wow. I bet he couldn't do that if he tried.
No, if he bet him another $1, he could do it again. It's not going to happen.
He said, if I run into one ball or the other, I'm good. But unfortunately, he went right in between them.
All right, Danny has an opportunity. Tough shot, though. Big ass to get from the 2 to the 3.
I might bank 5 rails here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then leave the cue ball right in front of the 4. Well, I keep saying the 4. It's actually the 5.
You got the old school.
Yeah, I got the old school there. It's somewhere there.
Marco coming again with a jump cue.
Yeah, good thing about this shot is if he does cut it in, he has 2 potential stoppers there, the 3 or the 4. Just don't want to hit it too hard.
Just a little bit off on that one. It's going to leave Danny a shot to the corner. So Marco Tuscher, number 92 ranked on the World Nineball Tour currently. It's his new highest rank. He was ranked 94 for a while. He's from the Netherlands and is also known as the Shark.
That I did not know.
Mm-hmm.
I know Marco personally, but I didn't know that was his. I didn't know he was holding back on me with a nickname.
Not showing his true speed. We have other matches here on the Billiard Sports Network YouTube channel. We're also broadcasting live here at the Matchroom. Tables 2, 3, and 4 on the Billiard Sports Network. Currently have some matchups out there. We're waiting for David Alcady and George Antonakis to start on table 2.
I haven't seen or watched George Antonakis play, but I understand he has a pretty high Fargo rating.
Yeah, he plays well. A lot of those players from the Greek area just absolute killers.
Yeah, Robbie Capito last night had a hill win against one of the players from Greece.
Yeah.
I think it was Karakis or something.
Kakaris,
like that. Yeah.
All right, so Marco gets himself back in line. 3-4 combination. So, Tony, how's the game changed now for the Mosconi push versus when you were playing?
When I was playing, I remember vividly.
Not that you're not still playing, but like when you're playing on the tour for it.
But when I was fighting for those points in 03 and 04, I remember vividly because I actually had the conversation with him because Max Eberly came to my house about a couple of months ago in Miami, visited me there, and we were talking about that. I don't remember if it was 03 or 04, but I beat him by 5 points. For the last spot. It was incredible. It was like it came down to the last event, and I finished just a little higher than he did, and I won by 5 points.
Wow, that's.
But back then, you had to earn your spot on the team. There was only one wild card. Everyone else had to earn their spots. And back then, we used to have 6 players on the team.
Yeah, you had the alternate player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had the playing captain. Was the playing captain the extra player?
No. When I played, Nick Varner was the captain. He was not playing, and one year they had Kim Davenport as a co-captain.
Kimmer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love both Kim and Nick.
Kim's actually one of my favorite players.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if he can avoid hitting the 9.
Yeah, he might graze off the top of it, I think.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
He did that curve draw. He overhit it, though. He should be fine here, though, because he has a pretty decent angle. I think it's all about just focusing on making the shot, let the cue ball do his thing. Come 2 rails.
He's not happy with it. You can see him a little frustrated with that shot.
He's probably saying to himself, I know I hit it good, but I didn't mean to hit it that good. I mean, he hit it that good.
Yeah, he got a lot of cook off that ball at the second rail.
He went over the 9 and then came underneath it to end up where he's at now. So he's worried about the scratch. He's going to have to add a little bit of right here just to avoid it. Oh, and he came short.
All right, so Danny has a good opportunity to get himself on the board first. It's a little early here still in the day, but if this was a 7 or 8 o'clock match and Danny pockets his 9-ball, the entire place would erupt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
I think he's all right.
Oh.
Oof.
That's what I call living dangerously.
All right, Danny playing the 9 to the corner and looking to take that first rack lead. And he does over Marco Tuscher. 1-0, Danny Ramirez.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by QTech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
Coming here next.
All right, rack number 2. Danny Ramirez to break. Looking back on the replay, makes the 1 ball in the side pocket. The 2 ball sits right in the corner. Gives some good shape. Oh,
Every new
that again.
Yeah, I played Danny my first match yesterday, and unfortunately, he missed a couple of shots that surprised me, so that kind of cost him.
Okay.
But there were a couple of billiards that he made on the 9 ball, and he won 2 racks, and then another one where he did a billiard shot the 9 ball for another ball, and to win the 3rd rack. And every time he played me, I got the impression that he's a billiards player, 3 cushion player. He hit the ball so cleanly and purely, and it went exactly where he wanted to.
I'm sure you know a lot of those Spanish players
Mhm.
and the Filipino players. They love the 3 cushion. And that's why they're so good at kicking balls when you save them. You
Yeah.
got to jam them up. Remember back in the day, in my old pool room in Philadelphia, Bluegrass Billiards, you walk in there, you'd see some of the best players playing on the 3 cushion. Or Jose Perica was playing guys and on the table, $10 a game, and just walk out with pockets full of money.
Yeah, I love Jose. I've always respected his game too. What a game he had.
Oh, he was fantastic.
And unfortunately, Danny came a little short there, so I don't know if he's thinking about banking this or even playing a billiard on the 9. That's kind of the shot that he did. That looks. I mean, you feel, oh, I might as well give it a shot. Let's see. But I prefer playing safe here, me personally. Looks like he might be going for that 9 ball. Yep, he went for it, but he made the bank. Oh, no.
No, get out of the way, 7.
Yep.
Look at that.
And that's a kind of a mistake that you can't afford to make against a player caliber of Marco.
Yeah, Marco will punish you if you continue to make those mistakes.
This game is so incredible, Frank, because all he did was simply try to play a carom off the 9. If you try to do that and hit it exactly the way he did and place a cue behind a 7, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, almost tough to do. But look
Look at that.
Might get away with it.
Man. He hit that great.
All right, Danny, looking at this a few seconds. I'm sorry, Marco. I apologize. Marco, I mean, looking at this shot.
Danny actually did a similar kick to that one against me yesterday and left me frozen behind a ball. And I said he must have done that intentionally. He was hoping to get a little more speed there. See, Danny, Danny, I think, has an opportunity to place a cube underneath the 8 here and still leave a long kick. Hopefully, maybe placing the 6 in front of the 7 to force him to kick if he fails to put him behind the 8. I don't know. Unless he wants to go for the bank, but I think that's a risky shot. See, because you can sell out like that, right?
Yeah. You know, a lot of times, we'll say for the sake of argument, Danny's a high-level amateur player, you know. And a lot of times when it comes down to when you're playing a pro player, it's just who has more patience.
Yes.
And the pro player always has the patience to play the extra shot, the game-winning shot that'll hold you off.
Yeah, I remember vividly growing up, my dad used to fight with me all the time. How many times am I going to tell you to play safe? Stop taking these crazy shots. And my argument with him would be, well,
I can make it.
At least I'm giving myself a chance to win. You know, by trying to make the ball. And he said, well, how many tournaments have you won? And that shut me up right away. I said, okay. And then obviously when I started learning the game more and, you know, started playing safe and learning the safe game, I started winning championships after that. You know how it's like that in every sport. Defense wins championships, right?
Yes, it does. And it looks like Marco is going to get himself on the scoreboard here with the 9-ball in the side pocket. All right, we have 1-1 on the score. Marco Tuscher, Danny Ramirez. Rack number 3 coming up.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
All right, rack number 3. Marco Tuscher to break. Score tied up 1-1.
So, Frank, how exactly is it that you pronounce your last name? Maletti?
Maialetti.
Maialetti.
Yes, sir.
Maya. So, Maialetti.
Yep.
Maialetti. Okay. So, one interesting thing that came up in my match last night against Mickey Krause, I was up 2-0, and I wound up losing the match 9-3. And Mickey just basically put on a clinic. It was actually a pleasure to watch.
Mickey is scary good that
Oh,
a lot
my
of people
God.
don't realize.
Yeah. And the thing, though, is when I broke the first time, I didn't even come close to making the one on the break. And then when he broke, he didn't come close. He looked like confused. So when he went to racket the second time, he noticed right away. He called me over. He said, "Tony, look at this." I said, "What's going on?" He said,
Little divot.
it doesn't look straight. It was
Wow.
off by almost a quarter diamond.
Really?
So we let the ref know, obviously. He took care of it. That's why I love these events, because they always, on top of everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, the referees here are amazing.
Oh, they're amazing. They're incredible guys too.
Top notch.
Of course. And from that moment on, that one ball went in the side. I made it, I think, twice in a row. I only got to break 2 more times, but he hit me with a 3, a 2, and a 3 and out.
Wow.
Oh, it was unbelievable. And every time I made the one on the side, he had a shot on 2.
Yeah, I've palled around with Mickey at a lot of events, and just watching him play he's so young. He's just going to get better.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 6-ball into the corner. I want to check this right side. Should have it. Yep, 7-ball is clean. As long as he lands good on the 7. 7 and 8 should go into the same pocket. Well, I remember when you were running your tour in New York.
The Predator Tour, yeah.
Yeah, I used to come up there, and Danny used to play in it, and Genki, and I used to watch some of those guys. Danny was a hero to me because he's a bigger guy. So
Danny
big,
Basovich?
yeah, a big guy like me that was our hero. And I remember watching some of those guys run 4, 5, 6 racks.
Yeah,
like
I
it was
know.
nothing. And then that's sort of what got me wanting to be interested in the pro pool scene. It's just watching all these just absolute terrors on the table.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that what Matchroom has done here was massive as far as changing where the way the balls are racked. Because in my opinion, had they not done that, I think that the game would have just died off.
It got a little easier.
Because it got too easy to make the corner ball,
Mhm.
racking the one on the spot. Because now everyone knows the L track, and especially if you have the magic rack. And then it was way too easy to pattern rack. It was like hitting the rewind button and watching the same run over and over because the balls kept stopping in the same area every time.
You know, I remember when Matchroom went to this, 9 on the spot. In the beginning, there was only a few players, like Fran. I remember the first U.S. Open when they went to it. Fran had defeated Max Lechner, and Fran had the breakdown with the swing break. Or he would break it in the side, swing the cue into the rail back over. And then within 2 months, every player was breaking the same way.
No, Fran worked very hard to master it, and once everyone started doing it, they just basically started copying him. And it's funny because I'm super close with Fran and David. When Fran came to the United States, the first place he stayed at was my house.
Oh, really?
We became friends instantly because I used to run the Gotham City Classic, where the owner Kevin used to add 20 grand.
Oh, wow.
It was a memorial for his sister that had passed away from cancer, and Fran, he's grown so much since then. So throughout the years, he became better and better. And then I'm this friend of mine, great friend, like a brother to me, Joe DeVito, is always arguing with me. There's no way any pro uses ghost ball. They're using a secret aiming technique that you don't know about. You must be the only one not using it. And I said, I'm pretty sure if they were using that, I would have learned it from one of them at some point, right? So I talked to Fran about it, and Fran looks at me. He says, Tony, there was such a thing, people would pay thousands for it.
Yes. Pool players look for any way to make their game better. Scratching the side there. Marco. Let's look at that again.
Yeah, that scratch is deadly. That's the thing about this cut break, that if you mishit the object ball, the head ball, the one, it's very easy to draw diagonally into the side, and if you miss that side, it might hit that rail and go in the opposite side.
You know, Scott Frost yesterday had made a comment about jump cues. We were talking about jump shots, and he had said that he would like to see a rule introduced. And we were just talking about games where you only have a certain amount of jump shots per match.
I've heard that before.
Like 4 or 5, and then once you're out of jump shots, and you can. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry. So continue what I was saying. You'd only get like 4 or 5 jump shots.
I like that concept because at some point, it's like, I mean, I'm old school. I grew up without jump cues, so we had to learn how to play safe. We had to learn how to kick our way out of situations, right? And I've always felt that when the jump cue came along, that it just turned the game almost into a joke. What's the point of playing safe unless you absolutely freeze? And now, but to their credit, these young kids nowadays, and that's another thing that the World Nineball Tour has brought. It has forced these players to up their game to the ultimate level.
Safety play is amazing.
They have to kick better. They have to play safe better. They're forced to do it. And they've just become so good. It's like, I don't feel like when it comes to the top 10 or 20 that you can play safe and actually feel safe about playing safe, right?
Oh, just earlier, I mean, I'll use an example earlier. David Arcady locked up Bergman in the match. 2 balls around it. Bergman kicks 2 rails and hits the ball.
Yeah.
And you're just looking at like, how did he do it?
Yeah. Well, this is what we used to call the blood test. Every time we had a shot like this, you ready for the blood test? Let's see what kind of blood you have in your veins.
Ice or... Be careful that side pocket.
Oh, he kind of moved a bit on that one, though. Struggling a bit. Marco's struggling a bit. Maybe he's struggling to wake up. I don't know. Who knows, right?
Let's look at Marco's path through the tournament.
But believe me when I tell you, Marco plays way better than this. As does Danny. Danny's a staple here at Classic Billiards.
Marco had a good match earlier today against Duan Kwa Kwang. He lost 9-7.
Oh, wow.
To the Martian. And the Martian's a tough player to go against. Danny Ramirez winning his second rack, making the score 2-2. Anytime you go against the Martian, you got to bring your A game. And I was kind of watching a little bit of that on the side while we were commentating earlier. And Marco put him in jail a few times with some great shots. The Martian's the Martian. He's gonna run some balls.
Yeah. Are you going to the Florida Open next week, Frank?
Most likely I'll be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm so happy that the World Nineball Tour is here in Florida with a yearly event, and now adding this, I mean,
Yeah.
that's like that's a bonus because I'm only an hour from here. So
Yeah, I was down here when they did the River City Open last year, WNT event over at Legends Billiards. And then, of course, I was down here for Moscone the last time I was here. But I'll be at Florida Open. I won't be, unfortunately, at the Arizona events. Then I'll be at the U.S. Open, of course. For those two events, Florida Open, U.S. Open, I'm not doing any Matchroom stuff. I'll just be doing stuff for BSN. Curious, Danny breaking right down the center of the table.
yeah,
Versus
usually
the
when you break,
traditional cut break or anything.
like it's kind of hard to make the one in the side when you're hitting the ball head on.
It's like a double kiss. It's
Yeah, I mean because you know when you're near the spot, what people don't understand when you're breaking in 10 ball and in 8 ball, the goal is to make the 2 second balls on the side. So if you break like a ball 2 width on either side of the spot, that's usually the sweet spot to get it there. But if you break closer to the spot, it makes a one go above the side pocket. If you break too far away from the spot, the head spot, it makes it come below the side pocket. So you have to adjust it until you get that find that sweet spot for that particular table.
You're giving away a bunch of secrets that players aren't going to be happy about.
Well, that's the whole goal, right? To try to educate people.
Absolutely,
right?
yes. It's 3-4. It's doable here, but what's he going to do with that 5-8?
I mean, if he gets a nice angle in the 4 where he can come off the rail or even just go on the other side, go straight to it, he might be able to bump it. I don't know if he can do it there though.
Let's look at the overhead.
See, even he's the way he's walking, you can tell that he's not too happy with where he wound up. That's a good possibility there. It looks like right there he's going to be able to bank the 4-1 rail towards the 6 and the 7 and leave the cue ball behind the 8 ball. This is one of those shots that's tricky, Frank, because you have to be able to stun follow the shot to roll it behind the 8. If you stop it right there, then you're going to see he did it great.
So for our players that don't know, explain to me a stun follow.
A stun follow is a slower version of follow. When you hit the cue ball high, it rolls forward naturally because you give it instant forward momentum by hitting it way above the center of the cue ball. But when you hit it slightly above the cue ball's barely started to build up that forward momentum. So it trickles forward as opposed to running forward.
Is it like a hesitation after it makes contact? Yeah.
So over here, he failed to roll as much as he wanted. I mean, Danny didn't make the shot, but he let him see the ball because he didn't hit it with enough speed or even high enough to get the cue ball behind the 8. But it happens. It's a tricky shot. It's just like any other shot. It needs to be mastered.
Looks like so Marco going to go one rail into the 5.
You definitely got to play this kick. Ooh, he missed it.
Yeah, he came a little short. I was thinking maybe he's going to try to catch it on the upswing.
Yeah, I think he was trying to make up for the little arc that you get when the cloth is new.
Yeah.
You come off the rail. And that one probably arced a little more than what he expected.
And I can definitely tell you this cloth is brand new.
Oh, the tables are running beautifully.
Everything is.
Tables are running beautifully.
Dave and Leah spare no expense in getting the room ready.
I like the speed he hit that with. He knew he might have run into that ace, so he didn't want to lose control of that cue ball. Over here, I kind of like to roll this one. I mean, if you feel confident, it's okay to draw 2 rails. 2 rails is my preferred position here. But a lot of times, if you're not feeling 100%, there's nothing wrong with rolling it, going across, and then just coming off the long rail. Take a slightly longer shot on the 8 ball there. He hit that great.
All right, Danny, 2 balls to get himself a lead.
And it looks like he's going to get there. Wow. I mean, it's like almost like ball in hand position there on the 9.
The room's starting to come awake now.
Yeah.
All right, and Danny, known as El Real, is taking a 3-2 lead over Marco Tuscher from the Netherlands.
That's one thing I learned about the European players. A lot of times, they, every once in a while, everyone struggles here and there, whatever. But a lot of times, sometimes your B game is better than most players. If you bring your B game, so he needs to bring his B game. If he's struggling a bit, I personally would have taken a break and try to figure it out on the way to the bathroom or something. Put water in my face.
Yeah. All right, Danny breaking here on rack 6. Watch the side. Oof. Hard to win tournaments when you put them in the side. All right, Marco, from the beginning here, what's he got? 1 ball on the top rail. I have to travel down for the 2.
Look how far the 9 traveled up the table. That's rare.
1 up table.
You don't
Yeah.
see that too often. So at 6 p.m., I know Scott Frost will be here with you, I believe.
It'll be me and Scott at 6.
You know, I call him La Voz, right?
No, what's that mean?
You know what La Voz means?
No.
The voice.
The voice.
Because I tell he told me, I was talking to him and I did like a pool clinic in Orlando like a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And I said, you got one of the greatest voices for commentary. I mean, it's like you were born with Tony, I hate my voice. I said, stop it. I said, just stop it right now. I said, you got one of the greatest voice ever in the history. You could do any sport if you wanted to with the voice that you have, right?
Freezer could do
and then he started looking at me. He says, I'm starting to get used to it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
I'll mess with him every now and then. I'll be like, Scott Frost, the sultry siren of the sound waves.
Yeah. Well, I got that name from the film Man on Fire with Denzel Washington.
Okay.
Where the guy that kidnapped the girl, his name was La Voz, because people only heard his voice, but they never saw his face or anything. Yeah. I won't spoil it. It's a fantastic film. If you've never seen it, definitely highly recommend that film.
So 6 p.m. Let's decide. 6 p.m. is our first set of winners qualification matches. So I'll go over them for you. On this table, it's going to be Josh Filler, Mark Biesterbosch, and Alexis Pizelj versus Robbie Capito. Mickey Kraus versus Dennis Graba. FSR versus AJ Manis. That should be huge. That's going to be on the BSN side table number 2. Dimitris Lakatos versus Gerson Bosa Martinez. Victor Zielinski versus Sanjin Pelovanovic. John Moore versus Mario He. And to round out the session, Aloysius Yap versus Edouard Bregu.
Every one of those matches is
could be a
TV table worthy.
Could be a final.
Yeah.
And then coming up at the 8 o'clock round, this is where it starts to get real juicy. Fedor Gorst, I think you may have heard of him, against Eric Roberts. Eklik Kachi versus Georgi Georgiev. Duan Kwok against Christopher Tevez.
Wow.
Elliot Sanderson versus Piyush Labudis. Claudio Cacci versus Fraser Patrick. Arseny Sevastianov versus Justin Bergman. Oliver Zolnacki versus Tyler Steyer. And Landon Hollingsworth versus Carlo Beato. All players winning at 6 and 8 o'clock tonight. Advance to stage 2 on Saturday morning.
Definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I didn't even know some of these players were here. Like some of the names you said, like I haven't seen them because I know them more. I haven't seen like Tyler. I haven't seen like Land. I haven't seen a lot of these guys.
There was. Apologies, folks. We had a little bit of a grounding issue. All right, we've got ball in hand for Marco Tuscher. Plays a 3 down to the corner.
And this is one of those shots where you got to be careful not to get straight. I mean, not that you're not going to be able to get out, but you're just making your life slightly more difficult. Because if not, you won't be able to play the 7 in the same pocket as the 5. Now, I'm assuming the 7 does not go past the 9. I think he went over there to look, but I'm not quite sure if the 7 does go past the 9 ball. Can always play it in the side.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can check the side pocket on it.
Yeah, I think it goes. Yeah, he's looking at it. So if he's looking at it, it goes, I guess. And I think maybe he's worried about it's a little tight. And we're already playing on 4-inch pockets as it is.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. This table is humbling to any player.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the beauty of another thing that I think they did that was great, because it forced players to bring their absolute best A games. It forced them to to learn how to pocket balls more consistently in tight pocket equipment.
I agree.
Oh, he's going to probably hit this with follow, come off the top rail. I mean, the bottom rail. Well, maybe Marco is starting to catch a bit of a gear.
Catch a gear, yeah. I was literally just about to say those words. All right, 4-3 on the score. Marco Tuscher over Ariel Danny Ramirez.
And I don't think that Danny's playing bad at all. He's not having a bad match. He's taking, advantage of a couple of opportunities. But when it comes to this, the break, once a player start dialing in that one in the side and a shot after the break, that's when it becomes scary.
Yeah, especially that's when you start to put packages together. All right, rack number 8, Marco Tuscher. Breaking with a score of 4-3.
Well, unfortunately, the one ball did not go.
You can see on the replay here.
Another opportunity for Danny to tie. Oh, wasn't expecting Danny to miss that at all.
Yeah,
he got away with it, but still. When you make a mistake like that and you kind of get away with it, you always pray that you get that same opportunity again.
Yeah, you get lucky every once in a while when you make the miss, and Marco now is at this table here, just kind of stupefied a little bit. I mean, what do we do here?
Over here, I mean, if he can graze that one ball, he's gonna try to curve it. If he can curve it over the 4 and then send the 2 rails in front of it, then leave the cue ball behind. Oh, he hit the 9. I didn't think he could hit it that full. I mean, I know he wanted to leave him behind the 6 and the 7, but he actually left in a pretty good position. But this is where Danny's billiard experience comes into play. I won't be surprised if he leaves him behind the 3 ball here. I don't know if he's going to try to do it the other way. Oh, even behind the 4. Wow, I didn't think he had
great
the angle to do
shot.
that. But you see what I meant about he's super comfortable with those shots.
Yeah. Let's see him come down here. Oh, Rio just letting it roll.
Yeah, he did that to me yesterday like 4 or 5 times to match, and he nailed it every time.
Take a look at the overhead. Yeah, he's in there pretty tight.
Yeah, he's going to have to spin his way out of it. You don't want to hit this too hard because you want to maximize the spin coming off the rail. I mean, the only other option is to double rail it, but that's pretty tough. Yep. Oh, look at this. Look how good he hit that.
For it.
Wow.
Sit right up on the 7.
And that's why he's in 806.
Exactly.
This is what we were talking about earlier, how they kick like monsters today. I don't feel safe playing safe.
Scott and I were talking earlier. I said to Scott, you got to, it's like the old adage in baseball, put wood on the ball.
Mm-hmm.
In pool, same thing. Put Q on the ball, and then good things can happen.
He just barely missed that one.
Took a good swing at it. And Marco with a pretty wide open table. 1 to 2, I think, is his tough shot. And then after that, could be smooth sailing. 3 and 4 on the bottom rails.
Yeah, I have to assume the 2 goes in the side pocket if he's placing the cue ball he placed it at.
Yeah, especially with the reach. I wouldn't expect him to try to go forward.
I mean, the only problem I see here is if the 8 doesn't go by the 9, and I know you have that angle. It doesn't look like it does. I mean, it's kind of tight, but
yeah, but he's got where the 7 is in proximity. I'm sure he's going to be able to set himself up.
Oh, you almost overhit that a bit.
A little bit, but
he's good.
Yeah, just gives him a steeper angle on the 4.
So even though I won't be at Arizona, I'm looking forward to watching the event anyway because I subscribe to the WNT.TV.
Yeah, they're coming out with a new app. They just sent out an email. There's going to be a new app coming out for everybody.
Oh, but I already subscribed to WNT.TV, so is that an update to the app?
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be
nice.
an update for all of us. They're going to roll it out the Florida Open.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So, do you know what the update entails?
Cannot tell.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm looking
It's
forward
going to be good, I can tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah, Matchroom's going to do a nice little social media thing about it, I believe.
That's awesome. Looking forward to it.
It's funny, from doing some of these streams, the rankings event streams, I have a lot of people that message me in the pool world think I work for Matchroom. I don't. I have my own separate thing, but I'm fortunate enough that Matchroom does some work with me, and they're always like, "Do you have the inside info?" No, buddy, I don't have the inside information.
Right. Got it. Nope, as you said earlier, he was close enough to the 7 where he can work it out, and that he did. He got absolutely perfect on that 8 ball.
All right, Marco Tusher. It's Tusher, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I'm going to extend his lead. Make it 5-3 now. Starting to pull away from Danny Ramirez. If I was Danny, I'd maybe take my break here.
Yeah.
Kind of just ice the kicker a little bit. Wash my face, like you were saying earlier, come back out.
I mean, I'm that player that, like, throughout my career, whenever I got into a slump, I actually did the opposite. I actually kind of got excited because I knew once I figured out what it was that caused the slump, I'm gonna have something that I can consider a brand new gem that I can go back to and
Gotcha.
review whenever I'm struggling a bit in the future.
That was the one thing that so we from the same area. You're in New York. I'm Philadelphia. So a lot of times I've been to a lot of events that you were at, and I've never seen you carry it over. If you had a bad set,
Nope.
You come to the table the next set. You reset your mind, reset yourself.
I forget about it in 5 minutes or less because I have a job to do.
Yeah.
I don't have time to let it linger. I can let it linger when I get home and then try to figure it out. But yeah,
The mentality portion of the game is where, I think pool players win the game on mentality, not necessarily skill. Pool essentially is easy. Just got to hit the one spot. It needs to be hit to make the pocket. But got kicked. Look at the 9.
Look at the 9. Woo. Yeah, but he finally made that one in the side, so he must be pretty happy about that because once he starts dialing it in, that might help him take off. So I'm pretty sure that Danny's keeping an eye on that too. He doesn't see the 2. Can he?
I think he's got a sliver at it. From this angle, it looks like he has a piece of it, but he's reacting like he doesn't. Might just be slightly fooled from the lens.
I mean, if he can catch a piece of it, he can always overcut it and hit the bottom rail and go back up. I mean, 7 might block it. The cue ball goes across the table, but there's a good chance he's going to let him see it if he goes that route. Unless he kicks 2 rails and tries to hit it solid, he's going to push.
So we'll play the rollout.
It's a tricky shot here. It's interesting rollout there. He knows if he kicks rail first, he's going to end up potentially running into the 5 or the 6. Oh, Danny went for the bank.
I think maybe a little too firm on that shot for Danny.
Yeah, I don't.
Even if he makes it, his shape right now is tough.
Yeah, I don't think. I think I would have played it safe before considering the bank. It's just too hard to control the cue ball.
Yeah. Controlling the cue ball and the object ball at the same time is the toughest thing to do.
Oh, Marco's trying to get back into focus mode. Land above the 5 ball, slightly past it. You want to make sure you hit it with enough speed to get past that 5 ball, but not so much where you end up shooting over the 4 ball. Oh wow. It's very strange to me because I know Marco for a long time and I've never seen him struggle like this. But like I said, we all have our good days and we all have our bad days, right? Like the song goes, Mama said there'll be days like this, right?
Now, Danny's going to want to take a look at the left angle. All right, he can get into the... From this angle, looked like he had to be straight, but anywhere in the center of the table, he should be fine.
Is my boy okay? Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm not leaving him alone. That's fine.
Danny maneuvered that a little pretty well. Has the 4, I'm sorry, the 5 to the top right.
Yeah, he has. I mean, I have to assume the 6 goes in the side. If it doesn't, he might have to hit this with stun follow and go between the 6 and the 9 to shoot in the corner. It all depends. Ooh, he kind of moved on that one a bit, though. He kind of did a little flinch there.
Yeah, it looked like his back shoulder dropped slightly.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling because that's you stroke the ball funny whenever you have a lack of confidence. In any given day. But I'm trying to figure if that 6 ball goes in the side because if it does, then he's going to play it there and go 1 rail across for the 7 in the top left pocket. And the only other thing that I can think of is a bank or go to past the center of the table near the 9 to play the 6 in the lower left-hand corner. Yeah, I think the way, I mean, looking at it from here, I think I might play it in the corner.
Gives you more pocket to shoot at.
Yeah, you get the cue ball you want to for the 7 with less effort. Oh, he overcut it, so that means he's gonna get a little speed on that cue ball. Now he's gonna. This is what I call shooting over top of Mount Everest. You know, it's like this makes the shot a little more difficult. That's another thing about top players that I love. It's like they could struggle, but since they know the shot is tougher, right? For whatever reason, they seem to put that extra bit of focus that just kind of helps them make the shot. But it's like it's not easy to have the same level of focus for every single shot.
Yeah.
It's very easy to kind of like,
Nonchalant.
go, oh,
either.
yeah.
Just don't give it the respect it
I like what he
deserves.
did there.
Yeah, I like that shot. Create a ton of distance.
Well, it goes back to what my father used to tell me when he used to argue with me all the time. Why don't you play safe? Why are you going for everything? You know, and then that's what wins. That's what wins matches right there. I have to assume Danny's going to go for this because he's an aggressive player. He will have to hit it with some speed since he has a thicker hit on the 6 ball if he goes for the bank in order to get the cue ball up there for the 7.
Looks like he's going to the right of the ball.
I'm not sure why he went for that pocket because you didn't have an angle to play position there on the 7 at all.
Yeah, he makes it. He's behind the 8.
If anything, he just left him a perfect angle
To get back over to the 7. Yeah, he doesn't have to do anything crazy with the cue. Just make the shot.
Yeah.
Kill it into the rail.
Now he went the angle he left him right there, gave him an opportunity to make people think that they're playing one pocket as opposed to 9 ball. Because he's gonna at least the first 3 balls he might make in the same pocket, right?
And Marco plays one pocket. He's a strong one pocket player, so definitely put him at a high percentage to make the shot.
Yep. And look, all 4 balls in the same pocket, right?
I'm gonna play the 8 in. Just stun the cue to the left. Just be careful of the side pocket, but it should be okay.
I wonder if he's thinking of hitting with follow. Maybe he doesn't have as big of an angle, so he's going to shoot in the lower left-hand corner. Yep.
Not bad. It's funny seeing everybody beat. Usually you see a player sitting in a chair, they're normal size. But these oversized king's chairs, when they sit down, they all look small.
they look like shorties, right?
They look at Danny. He's a normal size human being, but he looks like a little kid with his feet dangling on the chair.
I wonder if David Bartosiak looks short there too. He probably does.
He
right?
does. All right, we have 6-3 on the score. Marco is starting to pull away a little bit from Danny.
I'm Justin Bergman, and I'm watching Billiard Sports Network.
All right, 6-3 on the score. Our referee, Jose Burgos, also from our area.
Mm-hmm.
Ranking the balls.
We have a little superstar somewhere there in the stands as a spectator. It's my 9-year-old son, Antonio. So just in case I watch this later, I'll say, hey, hi, Antonio. Just want to let you know we're thinking of you. We know you're out there. There's the one in the side again.
Let's watch the replay on that. Right in the side pocket.
It's such an interesting break, Frank, because you have to avoid pretty much four pockets.
Yeah.
The four lower pockets when you're breaking. It could scratch in the bottom left, right. It could come up and scratch in the side pocket or get kicked in the opposite side pocket, go 2 rails in the opposite side pocket.
It's the epitome of a high risk, high reward.
Mm-hmm. Behind the 5. Think he got him.
That's a good shot. Let's check the overhead. That's tight. If Danny gets a piece of it, he's got to swerve around the 5.
He's going to try to put him behind.
Does.
Didn't hit it thin enough to put him behind the 7.
Yeah, it leaks out for the side pocket. All right, coming up at 6 o'clock, we have Mark Easterbosch versus Joshua Filler. The only player that's got a higher Fargo than the cloth that he's playing on.
It's interesting. And then you got Aloysius Yap at 842. It's just
Yeah,
insane.
what was it 10 years ago? There were 2 players above 800. And there's like 70.
I know,
80.
it's unbelievable.
The level of play is just completely excelled.
Wasn't Josh Filler at 900 at some point?
I know Amir Ali was close, but he had a very, very low sample rate. We call it robustness.
Right.
He had a very, very low one. And I think it was for like one tournament or something like that. He was at like 900. Josh was up there for a while. I think Josh will be the first 900 player.
That wouldn't surprise me.
No. Either Josh or Federer would be my 2 that I would say that would be there. But they have so many, when it takes that average, they have so many racks played for them to continue to go up. It's just going to be incredibly tough.
Oh, you also have to maintain it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, it's ever, it's kind of ever evolving. It moves back and forth based on the players that you've played also.
Right. Wow, I was not expecting that. That is a massive opportunity for Danny here to come within 2 instead of being down 4.
Yes, that is a big miss. Danny just needs to take his time here for a moment, not rush.
He controls these shots well. I hope I didn't hit it with the commentator's curse there. I think he's good there. I saw him shoot a couple of those yesterday against me where he controlled that keyboard beautifully, drawing it, out of the pocket. Hit that one good. Hit that one good.
He needs a cue to slow down. All right. Let's listen to this place go a little crazy here when Danny makes this shot. I expected better from you, Classic Billiards.
Well, we have the amazing Leah Bartosiak over here, sitting not too far from us. Oh, there's my son, Antonio. There he is.
Looks like he's having a good time there ringside.
Yeah.
He said, I told you he'd win.
Yeah, he's having a blast. Hey, Antonio. He's such a friendly kid. He
was so nice when he came in.
Yeah.
Walked right up to me, said hi.
He's not afraid to, he's a people person like me.
No,
He's
that's
not afraid
good,
to
yeah.
talk to people, so.
That's what it is, and we're got a network and go out and speak to everybody. Leah said he's hired. Hostess? Or a host?
He's actually teaching the whole staff how to play chess right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he plays chess. He's big on that.
Marketing manager? Nice. All right, 6-4. Game got a little tighter now. Marco needs 3. And Danny needs 5. Tony, what do you think about the introduction of the break box, too?
I don't mind it. I actually think that it makes it even that much more difficult to make balls on the break. I haven't actually tried breaking from the corner to see if it's easier to make the one on the side from the corner.
Okay.
Right? I would have to try that in order for me to know 100% for sure. But I like the break box. Most people are used to the traditional way of playing where you can break anywhere behind the line. Like I've done so many private and corporate events throughout my career in New York.
Yeah.
I've done tons of them. And a lot of times when I do them, I'll teach it, give them a quick tutorial in the game and, blah, 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 the basics. And then I run a tournament for them. And there was this one time this guy was trying to get aggressive with me. What are you talking about? I said, okay, I'm explaining the rules now for the tournament. If at any point in time, there's 8-ball, a player scratches, it's ball in hand. This is 9-ball. Scratches, ball in hand, anywhere on the table. What do you mean anywhere on the table? It's always been behind the line. And I said, well, I got news for you. That rule changed almost 40 years ago. That's when they really get shot.
We joke around. We call them hand-me-down rules.
Yeah. People started having leagues across the country. They started having tournaments.
Yeah.
And when they joined the league, the matches will start at 7. And they end up getting out of there 3, 4 in the morning, having to work the following day. So they quit. And then when they came up with these Texas Express rules, that's when the leagues exploded.
Yeah.
And tournaments too, obviously.
And everybody puts their little spin. They change a rule here and there. And
I mean, I think about how I grew up, where you can push out anywhere at any point in the game. It was push out. It was all push out.
Really?
Oh yeah, there was no such thing as just push out. Though you can push out so playing safe was pointless. You put someone, you bury them behind the ball.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna push.
You get 3-hour matches at that point.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And then back then, every ball you made, even a 9-ball, so if you made 3 balls on the break and you scratch, all 3 balls go on the spot.
Come back up. I remember that.
So now I'm being penalized for their mistake because I no longer have a shot on the 1 ball. I don't have ball in hand. I have to shoot from behind the line, and I'm forced to play it safe. I can't really play an aggressive shot. 6-ball is kind of a bad spot there, but I cannot tell from here if it goes in the side.
Yeah, I think it does.
Because if it does, obviously he's going to play it.
Yeah, he's got a clean swing at it, I believe. Might use the 8 for help.
Oh.
He's got to get the
hope
8
it
out of
doesn't
there.
stop, yeah.
Yeah, he has a good swing at it. Playing it in the side pocket, let the cue.
It looks like he might have. I see that angle one more time?
Sure
I don't
can.
know if. Thank you. I don't know if he has that funny angle where if he hits it with follow, that Cubo's trying to go directly behind the 8. I can't tell from here. Let me see.
We'll check the overhead and might give you a better idea.
I mean, I have to assume it goes if he played it that way.
Yeah, you can see here, he's got a little bit of an angle.
Yeah.
He takes it to the pro side of the pocket.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he has enough angle to take it to at least half of the 8 on the right side, which is what he wants the Cubo to hit if he does run into the 8-ball. That way, Cubo goes towards the 7. You see? A little further. Okay, that's good. He hit it with what I call just-in-case speed.
Yeah.
Just in case you run into the ball, you hit it with enough energy to move it out of the way, right?
He should be able, especially with this type of shot, he can maneuver himself anywhere he likes. I would expect to see him just play the 8 in the side pocket. You know, I do a lot of streaming for Federer, and for my money, I think that 2 rail shot, I don't think there's anybody that plays it better than he does.
Not only that, he controls a cue ball with draw.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even seem like he's human. He can draw that ball. If you have to draw that ball 7.358 inches, right? He will draw it 7.358 inches. It's incredible.
Marco Tuscher makes a score 7-4. Now that rack didn't come back to haunt him, but if he didn't miss that shot on the rack, he would have been on the hill at this point.
Right.
He needs 2 more. Danny needs 5. Don't count Danny out.
It's taking a break.
All right, we are going to have a player break, guys. We'll be back here in a moment. This is Frank Miletti, Tony Robles. You're watching the Vice City Classic live. from Fort Lauderhill, Florida at Classic Billiards.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
All right, coming out of the break, Marco Tuscher needs 2 more against Danny Ramirez. One of the house players here at Classic Billiards. Great guy. Picked me up from the airport the other day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just completely offered. I was very appreciative of him doing that for me.
Oh, looking to make the one on the side again. Barely made it. That 2 ball looks like it's going right towards that cue ball. Is he going to get a shot?
The flick he got on the one coming over for the 9.
Whether you're
I love the instant replay you have here.
Yeah, I have
It's
a couple
great.
different angles on it. I like the overhead angle. It's my favorite one.
Me too.
Marco immediately out of the box, just going to play safe. I'm excited for these. I'm actually really excited for round 2. Or sorry, stage 2 of this event, the knockout stage, single elimination.
And how does that work? You want to explain it to?
So there's 100. The bracket is 128 player bracket. There are some buys. Unfortunately, some players had some visa issues, travel issues, couldn't make it, which really sucks at the last minute. You can't get to a tournament. But so we're going to take 32 to the single elimination round.
Okay.
Which starts on Saturday morning, and obviously we bracket it down to the winners. In this first stage 1, all 100, by theory, all 128 players are in. Then you have what's called winners qualification. So the players that win 3 matches on the top side who don't lose a match, they go into the top 32, and then the remaining players play on the bottom side. The remaining 96, 128, and the remaining 112 play down to 16.
To 16.
Yes, and then 16 from them go into the single elimination, and it winds up being 32 player single elimination bracket.
Uh-oh. For a second there, looked like you might surprise. That was a nice shot because you had to roll that one in.
But except for maybe like a major upset, you usually see the cream of the crop rise to that stage
Yes.
too, and then you just get great matchup after great matchup.
I mean, anytime you have a matchup like, Filler versus Federer, stuff like that. Alcade versus, Ocean.
This morning we had
Of course.
Alcade versus Bergman early.
Who won that?
Bergman had won that matchup. But I mean, that's a. If you told me it was, if I ask you who won, or who played in the Michigan Open, and you said, oh yeah, well, Alcade and Bergman were in the finals, you wouldn't bat an eye.
Yeah.
Having that match go third round, you're like, oh man, one of these top players is going to go to the B side already.
That was a nice hit there on the 3-ball by Marco. Looks like he had he could only fit one Mack truck instead of two, but
Yeah, he got it right through.
He got it right through.
Now, this is going to be the tester shot. Came through nicely through the 8-6. That should give him the 5 right to the top right corner.
Just trying to see if he has enough room to get past that 9-ball, or does he's looking at possibly leaving the cue ball by where he was pointing his cue, take a slightly longer shot.
Would there be any benefit of drawing the cue into the 9 and kind of like off the 9-ball?
If you can hit it dead straight, yes, but the problem with that is that the 9-ball's not going to go towards the 6 and the 8.
Gotcha.
And then when that happens, you're creating a possible cluster, right?
Okay. See, it's the nuances of the game that takes a while to understand and identify.
But he recognized it right away because, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that Marco also plays straight pool. In straight pool, when you have a cluster, like let's say by the spot, and you have balls surrounding the perimeter, the rule is get the surrounding balls around the perimeter out of the way. So when you finally break up the cluster, they're going into an open area. You're not sending them in an area where you have more balls and creating
Potentially
more clusters. Then what's the point, right?
Last week I was streaming a bunch of matches with Federer. It was called K-Ball. Have you ever heard of this game?
Mm-mm.
Created by a man named Danny Kuykendall out in California. It's racked like straight pool, 15 balls.
Mm-hmm.
But every time you miss, your opponent gets ball in hand. But you have to
wow.
run all the balls in order.
Oh, wow.
So it's really position play.
That sounds like super tough.
And it was Federer and Vitali. They were playing like an exhibition. And I think Vitali ran 75 balls in a row.
I was going to say they probably made it like it's a hanger.
You would think, but
Yeah.
up until that point, the longest, or I'm sorry, the biggest run was Jose Perica at 49,
Wow.
and Shane had 38.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, talking about great pool, he just made one hell of a run out here.
On that 7-ball?
Going from the 5 to the 6, shot a long shot in the 6, came back, long shot in the 7, got perfect on the 8, and this is to put him on the hill. So cable, huh? Is it spelled with a C?
K, like the letter K.
Okay,
So
K.
Danny's last name is Kuykendall. It begins with a K. So
Ah, okay.
They called it K-ball.
K-ball, okay.
And we were joking around because Danny said for like an amateur player, if you can't get to 15, it's getting tough, then you do it with 10-ball. So then we were joking around and called it 10K ball. But if you want to check out Federer's stream, all the matches are on
definitely
there. It's
check it
pretty
out.
fun. All right, Marco Tuscher on the hill here against Danny Ramirez. A couple of players in this event, I would say, are, and self-admittedly to me, we were talking to a lot of the players, self-admittedly, they said that they are just amateurs wanting to try and take a swing at some of the pros. And a couple of them did pretty well. One of my friends, Mitch, his first match was against Jeffrey DeLuna.
Oh, wow.
And going in, I was like, you got to grab the bull by the horns. Like, you got to hype
I
him up
love
a
it.
little bit.
Right, let's see if we'll see another break and run, make the one on the side, or will Danny have a final opportunity, another chance?
Oh, see that one get kicked? Look at the replay on that one. Watch the one get kicked by the 6.
Yeah, cut it in.
And look at the shape on the 2.
Yep.
And he might not be happy about that one.
I have an interesting question for you, right?
Sure.
Because I've seen it. I've been playing this game for 47 years. And more times than not, I cannot stress enough how many times I see two great players go hill in a final. And it's never easy in the hill game.
No.
They'll make 1, 2, 3 balls on the break. They end up behind the ball. They got to call a push or they got to bank a ball,
That's
whatever.
the karma.
But yeah, I always wonder what
That's
what is
that's the pool god's karma. They do that to us to be cruel.
or to test you.
Yeah.
Say, hey, you might have lost, but you need to work on that shot because that's the shot that cost you the championship.
Yeah,
I
the
don't
little
know.
puppet masters. They dance for me, clowns. Let's see it.
It's one of those. If you don't win, you learn.
Yeah.
Right? 2 things you do: you either win or you learn.
My favorite hill matchup was Federer versus Eklick for the world. Oh, look at that!
Wow.
Big mistake there.
Wasn't
from
expecting that at
Marco
all.
Tuscher. I was ready to click the button for the win. Danny Ramirez right out of his seat too. That might give him a little pep.
Yeah, it'd give anyone a pep. Wonder if he's going to try to play the 4 in the lower right-hand corner. Is he going to try to stop between the 6 and the 9? Yep, that's what he's going for.
I question that shot a little bit unless he's got an angle because now he's got to draw up table for the 5. Man.
Yeah. Oh, is it going to travel down low enough for him to see it? Oh, I thought he was going to go past the 6. I don't know if he can see the 4, but if he can, he does have an opportunity to come off the long rail and hit the opposite long rail and put him behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, thin
While,
cut.
while leaving this 4 behind the 6 or the 9.
Tony, how long have you been down here in Florida now? About 10 years?
About 5.5.
5.5?
Mm-hmm. I was born and raised in New York.
In
So.
Brooklyn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, smart move by Marco. Just put the cue ball back up table.
Yeah, but I think he's disappointed in himself because he wanted to hit it thinner and get more speed on the cue ball.
Remember, guys, coming up next at 6 p.m., it's going to be Josh Filler versus Mark Oysterbosch. Another Netherlands player. Another Netherlands player.
Yeah.
They're representing here.
Mm-hmm. What a cut shot there by Danny, huh? On that 4 ball.
That was a great shot. Danny's got the cover on the table.
He might have overhit it a bit. I'm not quite sure if he can cut this in.
What do you think about the current state of the of pool right now with the players from like Poland that are doing very well? We've seen a lot of these Polish players that are coming through that are just playing so strong.
Yeah, well, Victor's finally gotten to a point where he's like the old Victor. He's starting to win again.
Yeah.
So I'm happy for him in that sense. One of my favorite players of all time that people don't talk about is Conrad Jusicin.
Yeah.
I love Conrad's game. He actually won one of my events, a 9-ball event that we had in New York years ago at the Gotham City Classic. The owner used to add 20,000 for the players to go there.
That's
so
strong
they used to
for a
come
pool room.
to Brooklyn, New York once a year. So we ran that event. It was a great event.
Marco is not happy with himself.
Yeah.
Trying to close this match out and just getting the short end here of the stick. Played the combination. 5 comes off the rail and sits a little funny.
Yeah.
I would think he would just play off the edge of this ball, maybe trying to put the cue down the other end of the table behind the 6.
Yeah. You have double protection there, right? Oh, he doesn't have the angle to do it.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. Sometimes when you masse, you don't want to leave that cue stick on that cue ball too long. They'll call a foul on you.
Good hit on that.
Left him a direct bank. I think he left him a direct bank there.
I believe it.
Doesn't have to do anything fancy to get on the 6. Oh, ooh. Almost did the classic come off the point and straighten it out for the corner pocket shot.
All right, Marco wants to close this matchup. Does want to keep giving Danny opportunities.
Yeah, I would just roll this in because if I go underneath the 9, I have a nice angle on the 6. If I run right into the 9, I have at least a shot on the 6. I can draw it back for the 8 if I end up too straight. Hit it with a little bit of right to straighten out the cue ball coming off the rail. Oh, he decided to go 2 rails. Wow, it's pretty strong. He hit that great.
That's pretty strong. Looking.
Well, you have to, you have to be confident to
Yeah.
hit it with that speed on 4-inch pockets, and he obviously felt comfortable with it. Great shot by Marco. All right, this is for the win.
All right, Marco Tuscher looking to secure a win and move on to the next round. All right, Marco defeats Danny Ramirez El Rio. Now we'll move him on to the next round. Guys, 6 p.m. we're going to have Mark Biesterbosch versus Josh Filler in about a half hour. We'll go ahead and jump over to the other 3 tables that the Billiard Sports Network has on their YouTube channel. We'll see you back here at 6. Tony, thanks for coming and hanging out with us.
Thank you for having me, Frank. It's
come
been a
back here
pleasure.
anytime we want. Thanks for all the insight and the knowledge.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Guys, where can I find you at? You on socials?
Yeah, social media. You could just look for Tony Robles. I'm on Instagram, Facebook. all
You
that
running
stuff.
any events down here?
No, I'm just teaching. I'm teaching out of my home. I have build a brand new billiard studio. It's not even 2 years old.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So get in touch with Tony, guys. If you need some lessons down here in South Florida, definitely get in touch with him. We'll be back here at 6 p.m. Josh Filler versus Mark Oysterbosch. It's Frank Miletti from the Billiard Sports Network. We'll be right back.
precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
All right, coming out of the break. Josh Filler in the lead, 2-0 in a race to 9.
100% so far with the 1, the 2 coming around. He's going to like it. Yeah, favorable kiss off the green 6 there. A little flat, going to be forced to most likely go forward here. Problem is where the 9's at, that can be a little tricky with the bridge because he's elevated, kind of forced down on the cue ball here. I'll tell you, it's actually very good from where he was. Oof.
Still lose the whole rail on that one, Scott.
Yeah. Tomorrow night, I don't know if that ball goes. Playing to the corner. He was dead straight there. Got as much out of it as he could. That's why he got off the ball. He wanted to make sure he knew right where he was going. No indecision.
Josh Filler is looking to open up a 3-game lead. All right, Filler pockets a 9. 3-0 Josh Filler in a race to 9.
I'm Josh Filler. You're watching the Billiard Sports Network.
Game number 4, Filler. At the pump, 100%, 4 for 4 with the 1. And I believe he's got a chop on the blue 2 to the lower left. Yeah, good news. He buries this. And he's gone. Yeah, pretty misjudged.
Look at where he lands.
Good thinking, Josh. Plan B. Wow. That's not very nice. Yeah, I believe he was trying to jump the 6. He was so buckled up there. It was a nightmare. The only saving grace is that the 8 covered the 9 up. Not like Filler wouldn't try to run out anyway, but look at what he's going to do here. He's just going to try to lay the 9 up where the 8's at. That's brutal. Just run out, Josh.
Josh got dinner plans.
And he really likes to turn the screws.
Josh Filler with a 2-9 combination takes a quick 4-0 lead over Mark Biesterbosch. Rack number 5, Josh Filler up 4-0 in a race to 9.
Wow, look at this. All right, the 2 does get covered up. I was going to say, this is pretty fortunate, but he's going to have to come with something here. He's going to feather it up behind the purple. Doesn't even try to do that. He just used the 9. The IQ is way upstairs. I can definitely see a piece of the 2. He's going to use the 6, go back up table. Yeah, his concern here is swerving. I don't know if he can get much separation. He's really got to turn this to get any movement. Well, he did turn it, so much so that he double kissed. Yeah, looking to be nice and tight there. He did not want to flirt with the 9, meaning on the pink 4, so he wanted to get below it. I'm sure these 2 have history. You can almost feel the history, and it's probably leaning towards the one at the table. Felt to me like Boister-Bosch was a little shaken in rack number 2, kind of in rack number 1 as well, but since then it's been all Filler.
And Josh Filler's going to look to take a 5-0 lead here against Mark Wiesterbosch with this 9 ball into the bottom corner.
Moonlighting Billiards presents the Drill Partner. Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the Drill Partner is perfect for you. Use the Drill Partner to set up drills anywhere on the table. The Drill Partner allows you.
All right, back from the break. Josh Filler leading 5-0, breaking rack number 6.
Yeah, batting 100% again. Here comes the 2. What's the 9 doing? He's most likely going to be covered up here. Also, in my opinion, well, obviously he's just one of the best players in the world, if not the best, but I think his rollout game, the coverage I've done on him is way up there with SVB and Gorst. Kicking at this. Caught it a little thinner than he'd have liked. I don't know that he would have played that 8-8 race to 9. Just calling it what it is. I don't remember him playing that fast. I know you mentioned it at the beginning of this. They're both real fast players. I don't remember it, but that's pretty evident.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of him on the Euro Tour.
Okay. Like I said, I've covered so many matches. I just don't, they all go together, but I just didn't remember this. Especially trailing 5-0, but yeah, I like the decision there. Kept it real simple. Squeaked the 7 home. Speed was right. Clean.
Mark Wiesterbosch is going to shoot 9 ball in the side and get on the score here, 5-1. Take a little look around Classic Billiards today. Tonight's they're busy nights, Scott. Thursday nights is when all the league players come and hang out. They're giving themselves the week off, and they're going to be in here soon cheering on all these greats. The Viking. Dave and I nicknamed him the Sun Viking. Mickey Krause. Yeah. All right, 5-1 on the score. Mark breaking in rack number 7.
Oh for 1 to get the 1 down in the side. That's not good news when you're trailing 5-1 against potentially the best player alive. Don't know that he's got enough to make this. Yeah, just trying to stun down Below the pink, but took care of the 1. Shout out to my friends. Frank was just there. Hilltop Promotions, Stephen Tucker, Joey Furtado. Great people. They liked you as well, Frankie.
I hope so. Likeable guy.
Who are you?
Yeah, sometimes.
It's debatable.
Yeah.
I'll go with it, Frank. You know I love you.
All right, 2 rails.
Yeah, does he get a rail? That was the only concern coming behind the 1. Just due to all the contact that he's going to make in the middle of the table with the 1. So therefore, another opportunity for Filler to extend his lead. Yeah, I think that's the route he'll end up taking. Back out towards the middle. On that subject, BSN Billiard Sports Network. Thank you guys for tuning in. We do Frank a favor, do me a favor, share the stream, like the channel. Greatly appreciate it. Actually, subscribe.
That would be even better. Thank you.
That would be at no charge to you.
No charge. And of course, while you're at it, subscribe to Matchroom Pool. The leaders in professional billiards.
I have 1 6 o'clock round. It's the FSR and AJ Minks, which doesn't be on the stream team.
Yeah, 5 does play to the lower left corner. How do you get there? The 9, a big ball. The 7, a big ball to get to this lower right corner. See what he's got in mind. I mean, you could stay center table and just come 1 rail down. That introduces the low. Yeah, and that's what he's going to do. So he's just got to avoid the lower right corner here with the scratch. Does he want to take a chance and come at it another direction like this? It's a little surprising. Maybe the 5 doesn't play. It sure looks like it goes by the 8 to the lower left. And the 9 was a big ball. Did he get away with it? Can't make it. He's cueing it like he can get at it. I just didn't think he could. He used all of the pocket, and he sure could get there. That little flick off the 9 didn't hurt anything for Filler. Notice how he uses the angles. You could have afforded to get straight there. He doesn't want straight. He allows the rails to do the work for him. Always carrying some type of angle, if he can. Easy work, Frank.
Yeah, Josh got to take a 6-1 lead here in the look. Oyster Josh. 6-1 on the score.
Hello guys, I'm Feder Gorst and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
All right, rack number 8, Filler with a commanding lead right now, 5 games up on Mark with a score 6-1. His break.
Yeah, batting 100% still. Is the cue ball going to get above the 9? It is. Looks like the 3 is impeding the lower right. The bank is on, potentially the combination. Could just shoot the 2 forward and weld him up in the back of the 3 as well, but I think he's just going to straight out attack here. Full commitment on the bank to the lower left. Looks like he's got to stiff the 2 just a fraction. That's what he's weighing out now, meaning you're going to have to aim the 2 a bit higher than you think. Now the rail's playing a little hot, so they will shorten up quite well. Yeah, well done.
He makes me angry when I watch him play, Scott, because he's so good.
He's all right.
He's not too bad.
Just like yourself, Frank. He does not want to catch a piece of the 4. It's kind of a blind ball to the upper right. Now he's got a pinch to the front or the top side of the left side here. He's got to hit with a little pace, too. Chose to use running English. He's going to run into the 5 as well. Yeah, this is wide. Quite wide. Backdoor speed for the defensive play. I don't know that the speed was designed for that. He was just playing position on the 7. Boisterbosch. I think you just kind of frame at this. How about this? It was actually controlled.
Scott coming up at the 8 o'clock hour. Going to have Feder Gorst versus Eric Roberts on this table. Duan Kwok Hong is going to be taking on Christopher Tevez. Ekla Kachi versus Yuri Yurgev. And Justin Bergman versus Arseny Sevastianov. Mark Boisterbosch gets out, makes the score 6-2 in a race to 9.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. Doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
All right, coming out of break. Oysterbosch 2, filler 6. Rack number 9.
Yeah, it's a real nice adjustment. Terrible kiss off the purple 5. He was going to have a decent look at the 2. Take a look at this. Keep your eye on the purple 5. Have a nice day. You will be rolling out. Wouldn't overthink this one. I would probably look at something around where that pink 4 is. You don't want to give up the left side of the 2 because he could put you right in behind the 8 and 9. But if you can stay somewhere around where the pink 4 is, it kind of forces Filler to just shave our right side of the 2, which isn't just straightforward. I think he's going to do the same thing with the 3 instead of the 4, but now you get him even closer to the 2 to where he can be even more accurate. Still pretty good. Like I've said many times before, the idea is to get it back. You really don't like rolling out and having your opponent take it. I didn't even see that he looked at the line at which he was going to leave the cue ball on there, so a little bit surprising to me, but obviously he knew where he was going. Felt like the line the 4 was on makes this a lot easier. Yeah, that's no good. The rail first is available. Just want to avoid the green 6 here. Yeah, very limited cue ball movement for Filler. He's always going to the nearest pocket with the object ball. Keeps the cue ball movement at a minimum. All the elite players typically this way. Gorst will go out of his way, though, to play balls on the side versus the corner. One player that's a little rare in that department, but it works for him. A little switchy of the hand.
Josh Filler gets himself back on the winning side. So I make the score 7-2. Here's the man to put this all together, Dave Bartosiak, owner of Classic Billiards. Enjoying a nice scrumptious meal. I'm sure Chef here, Jackie, makes some of the greatest food I've ever tasted in my life.
Ben Taylor Fuentes, straight from the Matchroom referee office.
Rack 10, Filler to break, leading 7-2.
And still 100% with the 1 in the side. The 2 once again dressing up on the right side of the table. This does not bode well for Boisterbosch. The 3 plays. It's really from the 3 to the 4. It's going to be a short rack. And a short night for Filler if it continues like this. Straight down the pipe. It's a good sign for Josh. Yeah, just notice how clean the contact is. He's always playing the object ball to the pro side of the pocket. Even there. Oftentimes when I watch him play, Frank, I'm wondering how he doesn't win every single tournament he plays.
Me too.
But that tells you how difficult the World Nineball Tour is this day and age. Prime example, once again, limited cue ball movement, going to the side versus coming one rail out to the corner.
And with that pot, Filler gets himself to the hill. A score of 8-2. Guys, coming up at 8 o'clock on this table will be Feder Gorst versus Eric Roberts.
Yeah, you and I might have a chance to go to like Red Lobster or something.
Yeah.
It's the first actual break we've had as far as between matches. Well, I can't say anything. You gave me a couple of matches off last round, but you know what I mean.
Yes, sir. Rack 11. Filler to break. 100%.
Yeah, a little love. Don't know. Does the 3 pass into the same pocket as the 2? I don't believe it does. Could it be an early game? I don't know that he can get below the 3. It's going to be quickly answered if you can. Just fit the gap. Kind of down there just above the 7 for the side, but the 4 is a problem, so it could be an early game. Yeah, it's looking like a 3-9 to the lower left. Going to make it painless, potentially. Let's see if he draws the cue ball back in behind the 4. Well, that'll do it, Frank.
Wow. And Josh Filler defeats Mark Boisterbosch with a score of 9-2 here in the winners qualification. That'll move Josh into the final 32, which will start Saturday morning, I believe at 10 a.m. We'll get that actual start time ready, available for you later on. Freezer and I are going to take a little break. We will be back at 8 p.m. for Feder Gorst versus Josh Roberts. Thanks, everybody. Make sure you go to tables 2, 3, and 4. Also, make sure you subscribe to the Billiard Sports Network and Matchroom Pool on YouTube. We'll see you at 7 p.m.
Thank you all. Good night.
All right, guys, we got a little treat for you. I guess we're going to call it a bonus match. I'm sorry, Alcady and yeah, but Alcady and Antonakis are running a little late, so that's why we're going to push the match here. You're going to get FSR and AJ Manis coming up here momentarily. We're going to take a little break, though. We will be back, Scott and I, at some point, but currently it's just going to be AJ Manis and FSR on the table. Enjoy the match, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, guys. I had my lobster prime rib and whatever else they serve here at Classic Billiards. Back for the bonus match. We ran a little late on another match, so we didn't want these guys to wait too long and snowball everything. So we put them on this stream. FSR and the Starboy, AJ Manis. Don't worry, we will still have Feder and Eric Roberts. That will be the next matchup once this one is over. All right, El Ferrari about to play this in the side pocket. Listen to that crowd. So they sat all the Fran fans on one side of the room, and then they sat all the AJ fans on the other side of the room so they can yell back and forth to each other in between racks. Almost Mosconi Cup style. Politico said I ate that with a plastic fork. All right, going into rack number 4. AJ Manis is in the lead 2-1 against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Also have our 8 o'clock matches that are coming up in the 8 o'clock round on the first side table. Is going to be, actually, I think they called them now because the other matches finished a little early. So Yorgi Yorgev is on the first side table with Ekla Kachi. Duan Kwok Hang is on the second side table with Christopher Tevez. And then on the third side table, let me see where that is at. I don't think that one is up yet. And El Ferrari ties it up that quick.
Yeah, there was a couple of early racks for A.J. Manis. Credit Al Ferrari FSR. Looks like payback has come. FSR paved the way for the cut break here.
Yes, he did. Rack number 5. Fran breaking 2-2 on the score.
I'm a big fan of warping it around the 9. A lot of these guys still going 1 or 2 rails flush into the 9, but this is a dream opener here. Looking to make sure the pink clears the 8 to the lower left corner. I believe it passes. Anywhere out in the middle here. Just don't want to end up straight. He's aware of that, but boy, you got steeper than I think you wanted. Shouldn't be a problem. Starting to get very humid in here. A lot of people, I think Frank just touched on it, a lot of people in the arena now.
A little toasty, Scott. A little toasty.
This is really indicative of why he played this ball that way as well. Whether the pink passed the 8 or not, much easier to make that ball in the upper right corner the way he played it. Gonna pinch out here. He is the type of player loves to have people behind him as far as a fan base. He gets moving. They call him El Ferrari, as Frank mentioned. Definitely a momentum player. But the guy he's playing also a momentum player. I'll talk about him here in just a little bit. Expected a little bit more out of A.J. Manis in the last year. His time's definitely coming, but he's already got the ability to play at the elite level. He is an elite player, but I guess I'm talking about winning events. That's yet been to be discovered by Manis. Quickly, and I mean very quickly. FSR back in the lead, 3-2. I think the spirits are flowing around the arena. Frank stepped out for a moment. We'll get the score updated for you. Don't panic. Yeah, notice how he's warping the cue ball. Obviously the 1 a little bit long, but he's warping the cue ball up and around the 9. I love the cue ball out more towards the middle, and that's by design what he's doing there. Oftentimes, if you don't do that, you get a kiss, the cue ball finishes low, and you have a look at nothing. So I've been kind of screaming that you want the cue ball more towards the center of the table. In the last 6-8 months, I felt like that's just really important from what I've looked at. All right, when we talk about natural players, I believe AJ Manis is the most natural player on the planet today. What does that mean? And that means he's just the most natural player on the planet, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Doesn't mean he's going to win or has to win. He's still young. Cannot go anywhere in the Philippines without a big crowd chasing him down. He is a fan of Unshakable Performance, the course that we came out with. He's actually going to start promoting it in Asia. That's how big a fan he is, and I was really humbled by this. This guy kicks so well. Big time hit there. He's probably going to end up living behind the 6 and 3 again. He caught this too full. It's gone wrong. Yeah, it's not going to get it done. 3 ball, a bit tricky. Just the carom on, just in case. You can play the 3 in the lower right. He's taking a look at the 6 now. See what he's got up his sleeve. A little dangerous getting short side, meaning on the left side of the table down here. Okay, I definitely like this. Can he use the 4 to stop the 3, or does he need to? I'm just assuming he plays the green 6. Yeah, you can see what he's looking at there. He's looking to trickle on up to the upper right side there if he catches the correct side of the 3. And this is exactly what he drew up, just short of the mark. What a great effort. Really great effort. Yeah, I don't know. He's got a favorable bump there, but really just don't know where he's headed. Such a quick player. I'm going to be honest. I've covered him a lot. I watch him very closely. I'm talking about AJ Manis, and I know his team quite well. I don't think his pace bodes well for high-level tournament play. I think at some point you have to give yourself just a split second more time. The only reason I say that is because he really hasn't had. And listen to the crowd. They're going crazy out there. Score is up to date. Having a little fun, I think. The only reason I'm touching on AJ as far as that is his. I think we kind of expected him to really shine. Now he's so young, 19 years young. Expected him to shine a little bit sooner. He's got all the tools. There's some things I'm not going to touch on that he is working on. No issues personally. He's a great young man. Very, very classy young man. Very nice and lighthearted. But he's still a kid. He's still a kid. Three games apiece. Race to 9. Okay, big movement on the 9, but distance here on the red 3, and the nightmare begins because the pink 4 is down here on the lower left. The cue ball tracking away from position if you go at the 3 to the upper right. He's the type to take this on, but I don't see a future. Just looking for something good defensively. It's not jumping out at me. Yeah, I think he is going to take it on, young and fearless, but where does the cue ball go? How do you get through? Can you split the 5 and 9? My goodness. Yeah, this was always the problem. What a strike as well, but you got to know that 5 is massive. What I mean is you're risking, it's hard enough to make the ball, so if you're not 100% on that, and then you also know that the backdoor option of getting position is very difficult, and everything's kind of working against you. That being said, what a great strike. Watch the scratch now. Very good hit. He's got a couple of options here. Does he try to use the 7 and 8, or does he just come all the way back down to the bottom rail with the cue ball? I don't know if there's anybody on planet Earth I'd rather have shoot this shot than FSR. I stuck it too full. Want to catch it much thinner than this. Yeah, I don't know.
Scott, I got a little update for you.
Let's hear it.
So instead of Federer being the next match here, we're going to put the Martian here versus Christopher Tevez.
Sounds like a plan.
The PLP winner is in the house.
Wonk, wonk, wonk.
So Federer and Eric Roberts will be starting on the table 3, side action table, in a few minutes. And when this match is over, it'll be Duong Kwok Hong and Christopher Tevez.
Yeah, is he going at this? Almost can't blame him due to where the 6 is at. I think if he goes at the make and happens to make it, you're going to get back down here somewhere. But if he catches it full, that's okay too. You can 2-rail it down to the bottom end of the table. Well, he's got it real full. He's got the betterment of the rolls so far. I hate that term, the rolls, but good fortune. Could have landed a little bit better for FSR right there. Yeah, what was he doing? I don't know if he was trying to make contact with the 6 or just cinch the 5. Obviously, don't expect him to get this far over here behind the 7. Yeah, what a hit. Made it look easy. Makes everything look easy. He's not afraid to spin his apple.
Crowd's getting into it. 4-3. AJ Manis. I just realized we got to do something here. This is the AJ Manis side of the room.
I don't know that every one of those people were rooting for Manis, but
might be true.
Probably about 99.999%.
It's kind of hard to root against the young man.
And he's got a window here. 4 does not play to the upper right. If it does, it's tight. He's taking a good look. Obviously, he's going to have a better gander at it than I am. The side pocket potential. We're going to find out real quickly. Does play. Must have a whole pocket. I want to smooth this in if you catch that long rail. Can't hold up. Jeez, he used all that 3.9-inch pocket. I see one guy over there not cheering. So.
And AJ Manis takes the lead.
FSR stepped away. I will be right back.
And we're gonna take a player break.
Hi guys, I'm Johan Chua and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
All right, rack 9. AJ Manis in the lead, 5-3. All right, Manis with a clear shot on the 2. Just going to pinch the cue up behind the 3. Driving the cue all the way back down table. $10 a.m. start time tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. The last match for tomorrow will be 6 p.m. Fran's really got to dig into this rail. Look for him to hit right around the middle diamond. That's a good hit. Cue ball. Sits and spins. Kick and stick attempt by AJ. 2 comes up table. Fran has a clear hit at it, but not really a pocket to shoot at. Fran back and forth now. Putting the 2 behind. I'm sorry, putting the cue behind the 7, leaving the 2 up top. But I believe AJ can spin around, come off the top rail and catch maybe the left side of the 2 ball. AJ going to the air. Makes a good hit on the 2. It's going to leak out. Fran will have a shot at the 2 ball. Two in the corner, 3 will follow into the same corner. Want to see Fran hook the cue down the table for the 4. Oh. Table's starting to catch the players a little bit. It's a simple shot for Fran. Does not make it. Turns the table over to AJ. Man, this plays the edge. Just going to bring the cue back down table. Create a lot of distance and 2 balls in the way for Fran.
Yeah, he's got the 1 rail escape here, but position would be tough at best. He'd probably like to catch the thin, meaning the right side of the 3, and wrap back around. Get back down table somewhere here. Because I think if you make it, okay, he might have room to even stick. That's why he's looking at the elevation. And what's he got up his sleeve here? I want to see what he does. He's so creative with the kick shot. This is a tricky one. Oh, so is he? Okay, let's just take a look. I don't know if he knows yet. Yeah, so I think he wants to catch the thin side of the 3, meaning our far right side. He'd like to do that. That's the easiest way to get the cue ball back down table, but you're obviously gambling trying to catch that side because you could miss the whole ball. He just doesn't want to catch it real thick unless he's going to make it. And this is what he did. What a great shot. Watch out, lower left corner. What an excellent shot this was. Cannot begin to tell you how much heart it takes to play this ball this way. One of the best shots for me so far of the tournament. To lay the 3 down like that up top is incredible. Now slow it down, young man. You've got one more to go. He had to dig at that, Frank. That was the only reason he couldn't get any more pace on the cue ball.
Yeah, I mean, it looked great going in, just unfortunate on the leave.
This is real tricky as well. Going to stiff this a little bit. Watch the cue ball arc. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Both of these guys putting on a little kick shot exhibition. Except I think Fran felt he got a little lucky there. You're trying to come behind it heavily. Slow down. What a rack for kicking. You've got to put this one on the highlight reel as it stands. I don't care what happens the rest of the rack, but this is one of the best kick racks I've seen in my recent memory. Starting with the red 3 defensive play from FSR up top a few innings ago. AJ then kicks the 3 in. AJ then kicks safe to 4. FSR kicks the 4 in. This is actually the tough shot. And I don't know, is he there? Just got a sliver of the 9 to get over. He's going to be faced with distance on the 7, Frank.
Yeah. Gotta hope to maybe land on the ball, Scott.
Yeah, he's got a sliver of it. I think he's a heavy favorite to make it, but the 7's going to be the issue. Yeah, what a rack this has been.
Yeah, it's been, like you said, a highlight reel rack.
How are the nerves? Pretty good. Pretty good. These boys are showing off. What a fighter, FSR. Dominic Dunn. And Big Dave over there.
I would probably say they're not cheering that loud just for the sport of the games.
What are you saying, Frank?
Just saying, there maybe some rent money on the line there. Or the equivalent. All right, great rack there by both players.
Yeah, to finish like that, I hope you clipped that one, Franco.
Absolutely. Check it out on the Billiard Sports Network social media this week. Let's see.
Shameless
shots
plug.
of the event.
Yeah, while you're at it, like, share, subscribe, BSN, YouTube.
I call it the vibe here, Scott. Everybody comes here, has a great time. I don't know anybody that's come to Classic Billiards, except for 2 people on the. I've been here and have not liked it.
Yeah, the one down, and I agree, Frank. I think that was something Dave wanted a long time ago, is to set the tone, change pool a little bit, get rid of that church atmosphere. I think he's done a good job of it, starting to bleed over into other pool rooms. Can he see enough of the 2 to go up table with it and use the 5? Don't know. Don't know if he can see any of the right side of the 2, if he can see the left side. I know he's got some type of window there. He might even be looking at a rollout. Kick and stick behind. Can even trickle in behind the 5 here if you hit it right.
Scott, we got a hill over on table 21. Dennis Grappa and Mickey Kraus.
Did not want to make contact with the pink 4 there. FSR with an open look. Yeah, he's not missed a long ball yet. Yeah, this match is not disappointed so far. Really would like an angle on that green ball up there. Yeah, very smart. Looks comfortable. Sending a message to the young man. This is why I'm a veteran.
FSR. FSR ties it up and makes it 5-5. Gotta love it.
You were playing it, so
Yeah, we got time. Huh?
yeah, it's not disappointing. Frank out, 5 up. The originator of this type, and the cut break was always there, but tracking the cue ball into the 9. Well, I believe that the 7 and the 1 cooperated, but the 2 is another story. Dave Bartosiak is in control of the music here. And I know Frank is laughing because
It's just been a repeat house track for 4 days.
we just don't really know what to say about the music here. It's at times very good and at times a little repetitive, but I think it's by design as well. Yeah, can he pinch to get in between the 9 and 2 here? I believe he can. Well, he tried. Fairly certain he can stiff the bank to the right side. The problem is the cue ball tracking a little low. Yeah, and you saw what he did there with his cue. That tells me he's looking to thin the 2 potentially. Go back and forth and see what he's got up his sleeve. Is it the bank? Just tucking to the 9. I think he's left some type of look. Boy, is he really going to entertain the combination. My goodness.
Wow, great shot.
No fear.
This kid's a
at
human
19.
highlight reel.
Leveled out here. So talented. I mean, so talented. The man is proud. Those guys might have a couple of dollars on the rent as well.
I'm sure them and Dominic have become friends in the past. How long is this match been going on? 50 minutes? Hour and 10 minutes somewhere?
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Frank. So AJ Manis is actually a fan of this course, and that's a fact. He's actually putting together a video for the Philippines, but this is a 3-tiered course, Core, Pro, and Elite. It covers all the mental gaps that we have in our pool games. It also covers the fundamentals that we know the elite players do, we know the amateurs can do. Core, Pro, and Elite. It's a drip course, 30-day program. You take it at your own leisure, and you have it for the rest of your life. It never leaves your phone or your laptop or whatever you're watching it on. Check it out. Vice 10 is the code for 10% off. The link is in the description of the stream.
Rack number 12, AJ Manis in the lead with a score of 6-5.
Yeah, amazing how often this 2 finishes up top at the foot spot of the rail. So really don't think there's anything aggressive. Does he trickle behind the 3? Or does he decide to find some type of distance? You can edge the left side of the 2, come down, maybe use the 4. You can bank the 2. You've got so many options here. It's going to be the 3. Nice and tight behind it. Yeah, I think he's looking to catch the top half of the 2, but more to the right side. If he could send the 2 towards the center diamond on the left long rail, he's going to find cover behind the 4, 6, 9, 7. Believe it or not, he's looking for a certain point of the 2. He'll take it this direction as well. So strong. Really, the key there is the speed. Both ways. Does he have a gap here? That's pretty unfortunate for FSR. Cueing a little awkward here off the long rail. I believe the 7 will play in the lower right. And that's about it. See what he has up his sleeve in the near future. Don't think he wanted to be near that flat. And if he did, he wanted to be a lot closer. The 8 going to pose a problem anywhere from the left side of the table, unless you can get real tight to it. Yeah, the 7 definitely plays in the same pocket as the 6. I just don't know if he can avoid the 8. Low ball says no. Yeah, it was too steep to dig into that ball. Dangerous. You just try to flick the bottom of the 7 and use the 8. That becomes pretty dangerous. You've got to make sure you get there. That will not get it done. Swish.
Great shot by FSR. And with this 9, we're going to be all tied up, Scott. 6-6. Did you expect anything different?
No, I wouldn't.
Let's check some scores. Johnny Sykinen up 2-0 on Scott Innes. Clemens Ebert up 3-0 on Eric Cantrell. Fraser Patrick 4-2 over Claudio Cacci. Georgi Georgiev up 4-2 over Big Cacci.
Yeah, the Cacci's not looking too swell at the moment. It's early.
Eric Roberts up 2-1 over the Ghost. Justin Bergman 5-2 currently over Arseny Sebastianov. Oliver Zolnacki 2-0 over Tyler Steyer. Looks like Landon Hollingsworth and Carlo Beato just got underway. Carlo trailing 1-0.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Frank. I believe Eric Roberts has defeated the Ghost before.
He has.
Was this at
Derby?
the Derby City?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, he's 200-something years old, Scott. The kid doesn't age. He's got so much experience.
That's a fact.
All right, rack 13. El Ferrari to break.
Yeah, I believe the wing ball got kissed in here. Sure did off the green 6.
Don't forget, guys, coming up, the next matchup is going to be Duan Kwok Hwang against Christopher Tevez.
Yeah, I'm excited to call that with you. I think Tevez is very similar in the style of cueing as Duan Kwok Hwang. So smooth. I think he's ready for the big leagues. He's in the big leagues, but I mean, I think he's ready to win a major event. Christopher Tevez here in the next year to potentially 2 years.
You know that Duan Kwok Hwang can win a major event. He did it right here on this very table some 5 months ago at the PLP.
Yeah, he's always been one of my favorite players. I think Jeremy Jones would agree. We both like watching Duan play. Coming to the lower left corner here. Slight elevation. He's going to drain it.
Swish.
And you look back at the green 6 in the last rack where he was too steep. Talking about AJ Mann, is too steep to go into the 7. He tried to snatch back and open him up. Let himself down and was a little lazy on the safety, leaving FSR open to the upper left corner. I think that's where AJ Mannis really needs to think about things. When he is aggressive at something, following that aggression, if it doesn't work out for him, he kind of gets a little passive in his next play. Nice hit.
Especially to drive the cue ball off the rail, give himself a little bit of room.
big game, I think, for Manis that last game. Holding on by a thread, retaining the lead, but FSR about to take over, and he has no problem finishing.
Sanchez Ruiz with this 9-ball goes up 7-6. And the crowd here loves it.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Rack number 14. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break.
Big contact with the 9. Okay, the 2 gets a little funny. Actually, very funny. Looked like it was going to go into the side. Everything opens up if it did. Can he draw out of the scratch here? Boy, it looks tough from the overhead.
Yeah, it definitely looks tough, Scott. Can he slow roll it?
Potential.
And maybe play the safe? Like hold the cue in the shelf?
Tough. Anyway, slice this. Looks like he's going to go forward and potentially risk the point here. Half the time, I mean, I know this feeling. You're gambling quite a bit because you just don't know how the friction's going to take on the 2. If it goes through it cleanly, the cue ball, you can get away with it. Does have defensive options. Yeah, he drifted to the point. The reason he was able to do that, Frank, is he played the 2 thinner to the pro side of the pocket, using all of it.
Great pinpoint shot.
Yeah, and he's got another. These are just kind of like a blind ball. These are oftentimes a pool player's worst nightmare on tight equipment, but Fran has handled this shot multiple times already in this match with ease. It's a big one here. Once again, just really good contact.
Like you said, he knows how to finish.
Sure does. He's got to go to the upper left here. No, I don't know. It's going to go, though. He held it well. For a minute there, it looked a little shaky. He's got some of the softest hands in the sport. Unreal what he can do with that cue ball in close range.
He'd missed this shot earlier, Scott, so I wonder if he's going to make an adjustment. He does.
Big mistake in game number 12 from A.J. Manis on the green 6 and got lazy, if you ask me, on the 7. He had a play where he had to get behind the 8, left FSR open to the upper left corner. FSR will eat you alive with those opportunities. Wants a little more out of that. Last place he wants to be is straight. I don't believe he is. But body language would tell us a little different story. Stun up towards the 9 here.
And with this 9 ball, it's going to put FSR on the hill here in the winner's qualification match. Everybody that wins tonight will be playing Saturday morning. Start time is TBD right now. We believe it's going to be 10 a.m. 8-6, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz over A.J. Manis, the star boy. Scott, at 19 years old, I wasn't traveling the world playing pool, I can tell you that.
No,
I just love everything about this kid's game.
Yeah, same here, but I guess I'm a little hard on him. He's been traveling for a long time now, and we just want big things out of him. He's so talented, but he's 19 years young. He's just still so young and a huge future in front of him. 3 in a row from FSR. Another cue down in the main room. You can sure hear it when a cue falls in this building. No question with Manis. I think he's obviously aware of it, but and not being hard on him, but his defensive side is going to come with age and maturity, right? He wants to pocket balls. He wants to keep moving. But you've got to really dial in your defensive side if you want to win titles. You got to have the whole package. The guy at the table definitely has that. Super thin to the left side pocket. Is he looking to chip the 2 across? Maybe even with an inside ball and keep it down back behind the 8 and just come down behind the 6-9. Oh, he's attacking. I was wondering if he would. I figured there might be some traffic to avoid. Well done. He's got a pocket to the side with the 4 if he chooses. Might even play to the corner. This is where he really shines, Frank. The soft hands, the soft twist. Gets so much out of the cue ball. Great speed, great touch. Really, all around, been a great match to call. Both these guys have given a great effort. I mean, just a couple of odd mistakes here and there early. Then the safety play from Manis, obviously, I've touched on a few times in game number 12. But other than that, these guys have put on one heck of a show. See that shoulder lunge from FSR with distance. Oftentimes, he kind of leans into the shot after contact. But it is after contact. Be a couple of happy people out there in fan land.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz takes down this match. And defeats AJ Manis with a score of 9-6. Guys, we're going to take a few minutes break, and then we'll be back with Duan Kwok Hong versus Christopher Dibu Tevez, another Classics player. So expect this one to have some fireworks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, guys. Main event for the night. Christopher Dibu Tevez versus the Martian, Duong Quoc Hong.
Yeah, Duong gonna get the better of that by just a hair. If that's any inkling of how this match will go, I feel like these two are very similar in the cueing, just their styles around the table. Duong will not give us anything emotionally.
Scott, I notice he's in further from the corner than other players.
Yeah, good observation. A lot of the Europeans are typically a lot more center as well. I haven't seen that yet, but then again, we're really only into the beginning of this event. It's preference, right? It is preference. Table seems to be breaking well, though, for as tight as it is. The one going a lot. Filler 100% in his match on the one. That's a good sign. Don't be surprised. This is his style. I just want to see if there's more of the same from Tevez from the last match I called with you on him, Frank, talking about the pace around the table, the cueing. Does he get a little more antsy with this player here? I like the play.
Yeah, I can. Excuse me. I've known Tevez a little bit. I would seem to think he would kind of calm down a little bit and not play the number, I guess you would say.
Yeah, it's just the stage. I know he's a little newer to this stage and with the people here, and it tends to do things to players. You just never know. But like you said, you've probably seen him a little bit more than I have. I'll just be interesting to see. I like this situation here by Tevez because the 5 was a massive ball to keep him cut off from the right side of the table. Coming to the left side of the table makes it a little bit more tricky. Oh my. Can't really ask for much more and create that distance. Yeah, you see his pace around the table. There's just no urgency, which I like. This is his pace constantly, which we talk about in my course specifically. I think it's very important to have a consistent pace around the table. He's got a good angle here to play the 6 in the lower right corner. I don't expect him to play the combination unless it's really sweet. Okay, it must be really sweet. Oh, and it is. Looked to me like the 6 was lower than the 9 for a minute, Frank. That's a great view.
Thank you, buddy. And Tevez takes rack number 1 here. In his final match of the night, winner's qualification. Winner of this match gets off tomorrow, gets to take a relaxing day, come back on Saturday. Loser of the match will play tomorrow afternoon. Still a full house here, Scotty.
Yeah, Thursday night's always been their big night to begin with, but every night's a big night now that this tournament's really starting to heat up.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like this on a Thursday, imagine Friday and Saturday are going to be. Sunday for the finals, too. Rack number 2.
Oh, and it miscued. That's the low ball there that you see was unintentional.
Yeah, 9.82 on that break.
Boy, you don't see that very often because you're not hitting an extreme low ball. Pretty odd. Maybe forgot to chalk the cue up after taking it out of the case.
Could be.
I've done that. Then again, I've done it all when it comes to flaws. I really thought he was gambling a little bit. I think he's okay. Yeah, going to go to the side here, most likely. Doesn't have to. I would assume that's where he's headed. If you just look at the cueing or the cue and the movement around the table, they're very similar guys. I know I've already said this, but when I saw Tevez play, I was trying to think of a player that's very similar, and this is him. Ironically, they drew each other. Nice swing there. Did not mind letting it rip. He'll come over to the left long where he's got a country mile to get into. Just beat the left side pocket.
Duong's going to take these 2 balls, 8 ball to the bottom right. Come across and play the 9 in the same pocket. And tie this game up 1-1. 1-1 on the score.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by QTech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
If you guys get a chance, you see the logo in the lower right corner, Billiard Sports Network. Do me a favor, like, share, subscribe. Frank Miletti busting his tail for everybody here. Need to build the subscriptions. They are free at no charge to you. It just throws you into a good algorithm when his content comes up. Okay, a big kiss on the 8 to the cue ball. He's good here with a pretty good line to get down table, but the 3 does not pass the 4, I do not believe, to the lower left. Pretty hard to get the cue ball down here to the lower left side also. Is he looking to pound, meaning play the 2 in the left, the left side, pound to the right long rail down low and try and get up above the 3 here for the lower right corner? I don't know. Yeah, Duong attempted the shot I touched on. He's playing defense here. Oh, really cute. Just everything I like about his game. I've said this. He's a Classic Billiards player representative, Christopher Tevez. But it's all these little things that he does really well. It's the little things that are going to get you there, because all of these guys do the big things well. Yeah, is he trying to stiffen this up, bend the cue ball around the 8? Yeah, a little delay in the arc. That's what I was touching on. Tevez cut Wong Huok Wong completely off from the right side of the table there. That was by design, creeping the cue ball up in behind the pink. Very, very intelligent player. Didn't want that much out of it, I don't believe. Now long and a little awkward on the green. Might just force more distance to the 7. I don't think you try anything real cute here, depending on the angle. Center table works. If he feels more comfortable drawing this with a little low right, that's okay too. You just got to get somewhere in the vicinity of the black 8. Pretty smooth.
Christopher Tevez straight in on the 9 here to take a 2-1 lead. All right, 2-1 on the score. Tevez over to Wong Huok Wong.
Hi guys, I'm Johan Chua and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
All right, rack number 4. Tevez in the lead, 2-1.
Red 3 going to come up and get him. Tricky little rollout as well. Just because you have the bare ball right there in front of the cue ball, meaning the red 3, the only one you have to work with. But anywhere up table, the defensive play looks fairly straightforward, including from this side. I don't think he'll get this back. Did good with the cue ball, but I don't think he'll get it back. You've got several options here, I believe. The first of many is thinning our right side of the 2 to the left long rail, dropping the 2 down below and going up and over. Unless he can't get to the right side of the 2, but I believe he can get to our right side of the 2. Does he not see it? Looking to elevate, maybe send the 2 up and away. Try to kill down. He's returned it. I think Tevez is thrilled with that. Not thrilled might not be the right word, but he's pleased to take this. That's the goal. Get it back. Yeah, that works. At the speed at which he hit that, it had me a little perplexed. But it worked for now. Yes, sir.
Great shot.
Take the pot, Duong. Thin to the left side. This is why I feel like distance is better than those close range safeties if you cannot knuckle them up next to a ball. These guys are all so good with the short stick. A 4-9 is available if he chooses. Pretty big favorite here, I believe. Oh, he's caught the 9. Too thick. Open season for Tevez. Yeah, he can hold middle table here. Oh, he's going to stay short side even better. Thought he might be a little thin for that. Did he fall flat? I believe he has. Might be forced to go forward now. Yeah, now you run the risk of falling straight on the 6. He's done very well. Yeah, you just don't want to come up short, meaning end up too far on the right side of the table here. He hasn't. You can stay up top of the side if you'd like. Kind of punch draw this a little bit in front of the right side. Well done. They do make 6 pockets for a reason. Can he still go to the side? I believe he can. Then to win, Franco.
Tevez making the score 3-1 here in a race to 9.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. Doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
Coming back from the break. I believe the referee may be giving Tevez a warning, asking him to be a little bit more forceful on the break.
I didn't pick up on that. I did pick up on the miscue, but that's on me, not on anybody else.
Well, Scott, I got something that we can do to see how he's hitting it.
The break demon.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
16.62.
Yeah. There's something noticeable there, and this could be a major turning point. Estel giving him maybe a slight warning. Did that shark him slightly on the break, and now the 2-9 has dressed up. How does Tevez handle that going forward? Adversity. It always rears its ugly head.
Twong missed one earlier, Scott, but I think this one might be all right for him.
Yeah, he's not going to miss this, I highly doubt. Got a little help with the round 7 as well.
Kwok Hong makes the score 3-2 very quickly here in rack number 5. Had to do a little bit of counting there for a second, Scott.
It's all right, buddy.
Hi, I'm Carlo Biado, world champion. Watch live here in Billiard Sports Network.
All right, a quick one there for Duong. Yeah, big break. I don't think any offensive look here. This angle is a bit misleading to the side pocket, but not even Duong able to cut this, I don't believe. So you're going to come back down table, sending the 2 over in front of the 7 and 4. It's okay. A lot of good things can happen that way. Coming down maybe to the lower left side of the table here. Or somewhere along the left side of the table. Yeah, he's using the 9. Don't know that it's got the pace. It's close. Great effort. What a busy schedule this coming August. It's crazy. Florida Open following this, the 4th through the 9th, I will be at. Then we go to Arizona, my home state, the 13th through the 16th through the Arizona Open, $250 entry fee, $125,000 added. Directly after that, it's the Phoenix Open. And then last but definitely not least, it's the U.S. Open, the 25th through the 30th, in the new hometown, Frisco, Texas, Sports City, USA. So much to do, Franco, so little time.
Tell me about it, buddy. If I had another 6 hours in a day, I still don't think I can get everything done.
Pounding to the upper right. How about 2 in the side? So a couple interesting things have happened here that's going to test the willpower of Tevez. I truly did not recognize the soft hit on the break shot from Tevez, but it must have happened. Obviously the miscue now. I wonder if Estelle even knows he miscued. Is he just wedging him up on the 7 here? I think he's got natural position, doesn't he? Okay. I love Duong's mannerisms around the table. The worst thing in the world could happen to him on the table, and you will never see anything from his face. He is absolutely stone-faced at all times. Yeah, so sweet. The transition is so sweet from Duong. When I talk about the transition, I'm talking about the takeaway to the delivery. That final takeaway, the most important part of anyone's pool game. Okay. All tied up, Franco.
About that 3-3 of the score here, Scott. Long Kwok Hong. All right, guys, tomorrow we're going to be starting a little earlier, 10 a.m. Our matchups on the Aramith Arena will be Tony Robles versus the young Justin Martin. On our outside stream tables, stream table number 1, Vitaly Patsura versus Sergio Rivas. Stream table number 2, Brandon Schuff versus Dean Shields. And on our third stream table tomorrow will be Dennis Hatch versus Aramis. I'm going to butcher this one pretty good. Zalgis will be our fourth table streaming.
This is Dennis Hatch's first comeback on the big table, and back in the day, he was a powerhouse to watch play. I always liked watching him play. It's going to be fun to watch him come out. I have a feeling he's still in good condition. He talks about his knee. I've heard him talk about it, but I have a feeling he's still playing at a real high level and still can on the big table. It'd be interesting to see how he handles it, but I look forward to it.
Dennis is getting back into it, like you said. Sponsored here by Classic Billiards.
What was the break speed there?
Speed
did
on
not
that
seem too big. 16.5. Yeah, it's about average, right?
That's correct.
I'm just looking at the lower clusters. Really one long shot away here. 6 to the 7 could be an issue, but got to bury the 2 first. Do you stay short side? He's not been the greatest so far at the thump from distance. So maybe just drift this in. Yeah, you can tell. A little uncomfortable there at just rolling it. Put a little added speed on it that he probably didn't want.
Scott, in that Claudio Cacci match, he came back and won on a score of 9-5 over Fraser Patrick.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was down by 4 racks.
There's another one that I feel is unbelievably talented.
I agree with you on that. Still, Yuri Yurgev is up 7-4 right now in Big Brother Kachi.
Eklund just seems to be a little bit hit and miss as of late. Oh, this is really good. He needs a little, needs a little bounce here. Yeah, could introduce the 8 now. That's why he keeps looking up the upper left side. A little steeper, and you want to be on the 4. Can he draw this 1, 2, 3 above the 8? Looks like he's just going to level out, take the distance, and try and check the cue ball. Oh, my.
That was unexpected, Scott.
Yeah, it's probably a good word for it. Is he looking at the 5-9 here? Really? Really? Interesting.
And Tevez takes a 5-9 to quick route. Gets himself in the lead now, 4-3. I don't know, Scott. I kind of like it. I think it's one of those, if you make a mistake, I'm going to punish you for it right away.
Yeah, I like it too if he makes it.
Yeah.
You know, but there was a lot of space between the 5 and 9 and only 5 balls out on the table. But yeah, neither here nor there. If he feels good about it, that's all that matters. Made it look easy. Unshakable performance. Been working on this for a long time. I know my partner has as well. Use code VICE10 for 10% off. The link is in the description, but if you go to the site, just scroll down. You'll see a in-depth video I made from my studio back in Phoenix. We have a studio where we did a lot of the filming for certain situations, fundamentals that elites are using, etc. Just check it out. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, really good hit there. Watch the kiss. Is this what's happening today? Don't know what ball that got kissed off of, but we see it a lot. Yes, it was the 9. All right.
Just a little under 16 on that break. So it looks like breaking at good speed, maybe.
What was the speed?
15.92.
Yeah, I feel like they're anywhere between 15 and 18. I don't know. You get Kachi up here, Eklund Kachi. He's probably got the biggest cut break on tour. I think he's probably more around 19 or 20. It'd be interesting to see.
Duong.
Looked a bit apprehensive there in the swing, almost like he was a little concerned about the upper left corner. Thought he might get aggressive with that and just come 1-2 out. He chose to hold. There's nothing wrong. He's fine. I love watching him play. Very, very smooth.
Duong Kwok Hong that quickly ties it up, makes the score 4-4 in a race to 9. Let's take a little look around the room.
The Aramith Arena.
Rack number 9.
Boy, this is dry. I felt like he made a ball there. There's such a weird spread. Nothing down. As I felt so far, this match is neck and neck.
Elliot Sanderson, please put the shirt on.
Yeah, you might ask yourself, why doesn't he play the 1-7? I think a lot trickier than we think. I think the 7 a little bit further off the rail than we think. I think he's coming down table with the cue ball using the 7. to help stop the one, or at least maybe the plan. I don't. Okay, I thought he would use a low outside ball and just dig into it and hit it with speed into the 7. You got so much coverage with the 8-5, 6-2. Not a terrible shot by any means, right? He's got distance here. But I think Duong can use that same wall that I was just touching on. Feather the left side of the 1. He didn't find it. Tevez with the first opener. Makes sure to get out here to the middle. Well, he surely did that, and he's overrun it. Does he take it on, or does he chip the 2 across and use the 6 and 3 for cover? He's pretty aggressive. They're both aggressive players. Clean strike. What's the 9 doing? Free and clear. Nothing wrong with actually bumping 6 out just a little bit more here. Pink 4 is next. Come all the way back now towards the middle diamond on the left long row. His pace is picked up. There's no question about that. That's what I wanted to see. Is his pace going to stay the same as it did the last match he played, where it really never changed? It's definitely picked up here. Maybe do a little bit to the score line, heart rate up.
All right, Tevez takes a 1-game lead. Makes the score 5-4.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
All right, 5-4 on the score. Christopher Tevez in the lead against Wong Kwok Hong.
He definitely got into those with enough pace. Great spread. Nothing again on the blue 2. Yeah, tough stretch here as well. Can't blame him going to the rollout, trying to tie the 6 and 4 up at the same time. Really good effort. Very good effort. Crafty player. Really crafty player. That's one thing I noticed right away about him. He's getting it back. The second time he's rolled out and received it back. It's also a good sign for Tevez. Notice how quickly he got down. He knew immediately what he wanted to do. He's going to try and kill and use the 9 or the 8. It's going to be just short.
Sort of a two-way shot there, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He knew immediately what he was going to do, so he had his mind made up. That's kind of what I'm talking about, crafty player. Probably looking to 3-rail this too and stick. A little dangerous. Don't want to lay it over the lower right corner. Oh, he went at the ball with position. What an effort. Jeez.
Great try.
Yeah, no question.
Just catches the point on that shot.
I believe the 4 plays, but you've got to get nice on it. You want to be over there, maybe just past the head string where that line on the right side is. Now, is he going at the 6? How about just open it up?
That's a great shot. Yeah, the room's going to clap for that one.
Wow. I don't believe he would have done that if it didn't go, so I was highly incorrect. Just don't want to get elevated over the 8 here if you're coming past the side. So you're just killing this? Yes, he sure is. We call that the Mexican stroke, Frank.
Who made it famous?
The Mexicans.
All of them.
Yeah. No, they've just called it that for years. His pace is a lot faster than it was the last match you and I called with him.
Correct, yeah. Could it have to do with him being in the lead, you think? A little pep?
Yeah, and the stage is a little bit bigger, even though they both played in the arena. The stage is a little bit bigger. He's against stronger players, so I don't know.
Looks like Duan Kwok Hong's going to take his player break. So we're going to take our commentator break. And Scotty and I will be right back with the conclusion of this match.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. 2 rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the 4 corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Every great player once stood where you are now, holding a cue and dreaming big.
Not with trophies.
Not with perfect shots.
But with that decision to first step up to the table.
Today is not about being the best. It's about becoming better.
The pathway to the top is here.
Become the next Eklund Koch.
The next FSR.
The next Aloysius Yap.
WNT Next Gen. WNT Next Gen.
All right, back to the action. Christopher Tevez, also known as Debu, breaking on rack number 11, in the lead, 6-4. Makes the one in the side pocket. All right, clear shot on the 2. Once they get to the right side of the 3 ball, kind of straight on with the 2 ball. Maybe I'll just create a little angle, come back down for the 3. Did not get where he wanted to be on the 3 ball. Twong should be able to cut the 3 to the top left. Spinning the cue ball 2, going to catch the 3rd rail to get on the 4. Could also just lay it up behind the 6 if he feels like it. Twong going for the safe. Brings the 3 all the way back down table. Kind of a 2-way. If he makes the ball, he's got a shot at the 4. If not, Tevez is kicking.
Yeah, maybe a little fortunate there. Caught the double kiss. I think he was trying to catch it fat, but not that fat. Got a big swerve here. Do you know what the break speed was?
Break speed was 15.86.
Just curious. 8-9 glued up like that. Happens from time to time. That's not going to work. Caught the 3 thinner than he'd liked, or didn't hit it hard enough. See where he wanted the 3. If he needs a jump cue, he's still in a pretty good spot. I'd bet even money makes this. Position might be another story. Okay. I would have lost.
I'll take Zelle or Cash App. It's good.
Whichever's best. Friends and family.
Sure. Got to keep the man out of it.
There you go. Don't know what he's putting his tip up there for. First, I thought maybe he's considering banking the 3 back up to that area, just right where his chalk is, but I don't know where you find the cover unless he thinks he can get behind this wall down here. Maybe he can. Looked like he was a little too flat to be able to get all the way over with the cue ball. A couple other ways to go about that if you want to use this wall, meaning the 4, 5, 8, 9. This is one of them. That's what I mean. Something very simple like that, a lot of us are going to overlook, including myself. He takes full advantage. Very crafty. A lot of distance from the cue ball to the balls he needs to jump, meaning the 8 and 9. Might have something to do with him staying away from it due to the 3 being so close to the rail you could lose the cue ball off the rail. Tough hit here as well. That point always seems to be massive. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Not to mention he's made a mess of it and opened the only ball up that could have saved him. Ball in hand oftentimes overrated, they say. This might be one of those situations. I think the only credit to this is that it's just off the rail. No problemo. Not saying it's a bad thing, but he's definitely a quicker paced player. Second half of this match, I just go, when I'm comparing him to the guys that are winning the majors, I'm just going to Yap, Gorst, Filler, where their pace is really always the same.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking for little things. Lunged.
Yeah, reach forward on that one. Kind of rattled it on the way in. Tevez with 2 left, 8 ball in the side pocket. Just rolls forward for the 9. A bit of a back cut on the 9. Wanted to maybe get out further. He should be okay. Christopher Tevez takes a 3-game lead now. Duan Kwok Hong with a score of 7-4.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. Doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
All right, coming back from the break, Christopher Tevez, a 3-game lead on Duan Kwok Hong with a score of 7-4.
Yeah, during the break right there, you and I were muted and just touching on it. And I don't know if people really, I mean, I know most do, but there's so many variables in a race to 9 with this level of play. Either one of these guys, just because Duong won the PLP doesn't mean that he's supposed to win every match that he plays. You know, we're talking about the best of the best in these guys. And so a race to 9 is literally like, well, walking out of the grocery store to your car. It happens all the time. And I don't know, man. I mean, you have to have a little luck with you. If you make a couple of mistakes, it's going to happen. But they all do, including Christopher Tevez. And this is your time, Duong. Do you have the mustard to get back in this match? Basically what I'm getting at there is with these two players, or two very great players, it's oftentimes a coin flip in a short race to 9. And I would have put Duong as a slight favorite for sure on paper prior to the start. Maybe even a little more than a slight favorite. I would have put him as a favorite, a steady favorite. But I'm not surprised that he's trailing by 3. It's just how it goes. First your money, then your clothes. He's not going to like this finish at all. Looked like he came down on the cue, meaning raised the back arm just a little bit. Didn't get anything out of the cue ball. Let's not forget, he started out with a couple of long balls that he typically loves to thump in. Missed both of those. So that didn't set the tone well for him. Confidence is real. Oh, now at the 15, I was about to say a shot like that can really build the confidence, but if you can't get anything behind it, that's not going to help. We're cutting at it to the upper left. What are you planning on doing? Going into the 6? I know it sounds crazy, but I would consider the upper right. Yes, I'm left-handed. What a great touch just to hold where he did. But trouble now. Big trouble. Yeah, this is a shot that nightmares are made of oftentimes. Going to catch it a little thick, elevated over the 9. Oh, what a hit.
That was a fantastic hit.
No question. That's what Duong Kwok Wong is known for, is the big shot. That's been missing most of this match. I mean, what a hit. One of the best shots I've seen so far this week. If not the best offensive shot I've seen this week. And another great strike. It looks easy from where we are, from where everybody else is. I promise you, this table, it's tough.
Duong Kwok Hong gets out of this rack with a brilliant shot on the 6 ball. It's going to make the score 7-5. Not going down without a fight here. Two left, Scott. Georgiev up 8-7 right now on Eklat Kachi.
Yeah, he's been clawing his way back this entire time.
Yeah, Big Koch is going through it a little bit here.
Question his motivation at times now. Good friend of mine. He's at that age where he's learned that there's a little bit more to life than just pool. Sometimes when you realize that.
Blasphemy.
Yeah. The motivation can be more difficult.
Rack 13. Duong Kwok Hong to break. Trailing 7-5.
Nice break. Very nice break. Two going to get a little bounce. He's open again. I mean, he made a massive out last game. Back cut the 5, held for the 6, elevated over the 9, draws it length of the table. If he can get out here, there's no question the steam will be on Tevez. Don't mind the low outside ball, really digging nice and tight out of the upper right corner. Even if you came to the left side of the table, you don't have to stay out in the middle. It's easier to make the ball with a low right ball. Let it rip. It's going to hold. I think he's fine here. Is he worried about catching a piece of the purple 5? If he is, oftentimes what will happen is he catches a piece of that, sends a cue ball directly down and back up. You can oftentimes snooker yourself behind that purple 5. He's highly aware of this. Yeah, is that why he's drawing this ball? Just a little kill. Excellent. Almost too good. I don't know how flat he is here. Yeah, middle table. It's okay. Feel like you could get a bit more out of that. It's gonna have to come twice now. He might be able to just hold, but I think he comes twice. Well done.
Duan Kwok Hong is going to come within one. Now, Christopher Tevez. Tevez starting to let the lead slip away. We have 7-6 now on the score.
I'm Josh Friller. You're watching the Billiard Sports Network.
All right, rack 14. Duong breaking. Trailing by one. Tefez going to probably come underneath the one. Kind of looking over a few options. Gets a cue down towards the 3. I don't know, Scott. It's going to be tough for Duong. Top rail back down, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys oftentimes like to go twice, meaning to the long rail as well, right in front of the one. Is he looking to? He's looking to catch the one off the point, maybe. Just double him up. Oh, wow, this is pretty creative. Oh, that's unlucky there. Really unlucky. I did not think he was going to slip up into the corner. I actually love that decision. He had a couple of big balls to get behind Frank, the 6 and 4. I guess when I say unlucky, obviously that's where he hit it, but I liked the idea, is what I should say.
Tevez coming back up for the 5 to the top. I'm sorry, for the 4 to the top right. All right, 5. I'm going to the bottom left. Looking to swing around. Got a little bad on the 6. You might have to come back around and get to the 7 to the side pocket.
He's looking. You're right, Frank. He's looking to the lower left corner to see if it went. Okay. That tells me a lot right there. I mean, I don't know. Was he trying to power into the 7 and 9? Had to have been, because he's not going to rip it like that uncontrollably. Things a bit unraveling for Tevez. Credit Duong Quoc Wong. And a couple of the outs he's made as of late. Tough hit here. I think he's happy with this, because you really don't know where you're going with that ball so deep in the pocket.
Yeah, just coming across over to the left rail and back over. I don't think will hurt him.
Can be a bit challenging, this shot. It's a little bit blind, as we call. Cue ball's a little left to the 7, which helps quite a bit. No questions.
Center pocket on that one, too. Man, he shoots so straight.
Yeah, he does all the work from above. I've touched on that before. Once he's down on the ball, it's, well, focus on the make. A little change of the mind right there.
Oh,
a little change of the mind right there.
Said it.
What I was saying is he was going to go forward. He didn't get completely off the ball. He ended up elevating instead of going forward. This is a mistake that elite players you rarely see make. Wow.
That is a big mistake if Tevez gets out from here and gets on the hill first.
All right. What a big swing there. I mean, wow. You just don't expect it. Excuse me. You don't expect it. Not from a player like Duong, and he knows it. He was literally down on the ball for him, and he doesn't get all the way down on the ball. He's a little bit above the cue ball when he's at the table, but he was literally down on the ball, just going to follow forward, and changed his mind in mid-position. Instead of getting off the ball and resetting, I touched on it before he pulled the trigger. Listen, that's as crisp as it gets. There was no question about the pace there, and the spread as well. Tells all we need to know. Got a feel for Duong, but boy, That mistake there was all on him.
All right, Scotty controls his own destiny here. All right, Tevez. 4 to the corner. One more tough shot here, Scott. 5 to the 6.
Yeah, and you can really just go back to all the work that Duong did to get back in this match. All the great shots, all the great outs, all compiled into one little mistake, one lapse of focus, and something that he's supposed to make 100 out of 100 times. It was the indecision while still down on the ball. Amped up here. Got away from him a little bit. It shouldn't be an issue. This has a lot to do with that pace I'm talking about.
Christopher Tevez on to the 9 to defeat Duong Quoc Hong and earn himself a spot in the final 32. And he wins the match against Duong Quoc Hong 9 to 6. That is going to be our last match tonight. Right now, guys, if you want to jump over to table 2 on the BSN YouTube, it is Hill Hill, Georgi Georgiev versus Eklik Kachi. And right now, Georgi is kicking at the 2-ball, so you have time to get over there. Guys, thanks for watching tonight. We'll be back at 10 a.m. Eastern Time in the morning. For Scott Frost, Frank Mailetti, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the a.m.